close your eyes now and let the world fall away. Tonight, we travel back through centuries of dust and stone, to a time when a single city rose from 7 hills and reached across the known world, the Roman Empire. A name that still echoes in our laws, our languages, our very way of seeing civilization. But this is not a story of conquest alone. It is a story of farmers who became soldiers, of roads that connected distant hearts, of ideas that refused to die even when empires fell. So breathe deeply, settle into the stillness, and let us walk together through the Forum at dusk, where marble columns caught the golden light, and history was written in blood, stone, and dream. Tonight, Rome will rise again, softly, in the theater of your mind. If these words carry you gently toward rest, if this voice becomes a companion in your quiet hours, then let this channel stay close. A simple subscription means we can wander through history together, night after night, as the world grows soft around us. No pressure, no urgency. Just an invitation to return whenever sleep calls and stories wait. There's a place where myth and memory blend like watercolors bleeding into parchment, where the boundary between what happened and what we wish had happened grows beautifully uncertain. Ancient Rome begins in exactly such a place, not with emperors or marble temples, but with a river, a collection of hills, and a story told so many times it became truth in the hearts of those who believed it. The Tiber River wound through the Italian landscape like a silver ribbon dropped carelessly by gods. Along its banks, wild grasses grew tall, and wolves moved through morning mist like gray shadows. The 7 hills rose gently from the river plain: Palatine, Aventine, Capitoline, Quirinal, Viminal, Esquiline, Salian, each one offering what early peoples craved most: height enough to see enemies approaching, slopes defensible with simple walls, and springs of fresh water hidden in the folds of earth. The legend says that twin brothers came to these hills, carried by fate and tragedy. Romulus and Remus, sons of a Vestal virgin and the god Mars himself, abandoned as infants, set adrift on the Tiber's current in a basket woven with desperate hope. A she-vol found them, drawn by their cries, and instead of devouring these helpless morsels, she nursed them as her own. Later, a shepherd named Faustulus discovered the boys and raised them among his flocks, never knowing, or perhaps always knowing, that destiny had marked them for something beyond ordinary life. When the brothers grew to manhood, strong and ambitious, they decided to found a city near the place where the wolf had saved them. But brothers who share everything often struggle most over what cannot be divided. They quarreled over which hill should be the city's heart, over who would give the new city its name, over whose vision would shape its future. The quarrel turned violent, as quarrels between brothers sometimes do, and Romulus killed Remus. In that first blood spilled on those hills, Rome was born, a city founded on fratricide, on the terrible truth that power demands sacrifice, even of those we love. Romulus became the first king, and the date the Romans themselves celebrated as their beginning was April 21st, 753 BC. Whether this date holds historical truth matters less than what it represents: a people choosing their own origin story, planting a flag in time and declaring, "Here we began." But let us look beneath the legend now, into the archaeological dust, where pottery shards and post holes tell a quieter, more human story. The people who actually settled Rome's 7 hills around the 8th century BC were Latin tribes, part of the broader Italic peoples who had migrated into the peninsula centuries earlier. They were farmers primarily, growing emmer wheat and barley, tending sheep and pigs, living in round huts with thatched roofs and walls of wattle and daub. These were not the marble-clad citizens of later centuries, but simple people who understood the rhythms of planting and harvest, who honored household gods with offerings of grain and wine, who buried their dead in earthenware urns. The hills offered natural advantages for defense, and gradually these scattered settlements recognized their shared interests. They built wooden palisades, established common markets in the low ground between hills, and created the Forum, that space which would become the beating heart of Roman public life for 1,000 years. In those early days, the Forum was marshy ground, requiring drainage before it could host the vendors, politicians, and philosophers who would one day fill it with their voices. Rome's early government took the form of monarchy, though these kings bore little resemblance to the absolute rulers of Eastern empires. They were more like tribal chieftains, their power balanced by a council of elders, the Senate, drawn from Rome's leading families, the patricians who traced their lineage back to the city's founding clans. Beneath them stood the plebeians, the common people, farmers, craftsmen, traders who made up the bulk of Rome's population but held little formal power in these early centuries. The kings who followed Romulus became increasingly influenced by their neighbors to the north, the Etruscans. These sophisticated people, whose origins remain mysterious even now, had developed urban centers with impressive architecture, religious practices involving divination and augury, and artistic traditions that reflected contact with Greek and Eastern cultures. 3 of Rome's 7 legendary kings were Etruscan, and under their rule, Rome transformed from a collection of hilltop villages into something approaching a true city. Temples rose on the Capitoline Hill, dedicated to Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, the great triad who would watch over Rome for centuries. The Cloaca Maxima, Rome's great sewer system, was constructed, turning the marshy Forum into usable public space. Stone gradually replaced wood. Streets were laid out with greater intention. The Romans learned from their Etruscan kings the art of engineering, the importance of public works, the power of religious ceremony to bind a community together. Yet power concentrated in the hands of kings eventually becomes oppressive, as it so often does. The last king, Tarquin the Proud, ruled with such arrogance and cruelty that the Roman people finally said enough. The catalyst, according to tradition, was a tragedy, the rape of Lucretia, a noble woman of impeccable virtue, by Tarquin's son. Her suicide and the rage it ignited sparked a revolution. In 509 BC, the Romans expelled their king and made a collective vow: never again would one man hold absolute power over Rome. And so the Republic was born, res publica, the public thing, the shared concern and idea radical for its time. The Republic that emerged from the ashes of monarchy was not a democracy as we might understand it today, but it was something remarkable nonetheless, a system designed to prevent tyranny by dividing power among many hands, by creating checks and balances, by ensuring that ambition would always face ambition in a carefully orchestrated tension. At the Republic's heart stood 2 consuls, elected annually by the Citizen Assembly, each possessing equal authority, each able to veto the other's decisions. This principle of collegiality meant that no single person could act alone, that every major decision required agreement, compromise, or at least the absence of opposition. After their year in office, consuls returned to private life, though their service often led to membership in the Senate, that body of elder statesmen whose authority rested not on legal power, but on accumulated prestige, experience, and the weight of tradition. The Senate itself was a curious institution, technically an advisory body with no formal legislative power, yet in practice the guiding force of Roman policy for centuries. Senators served for life, appointed by censors who evaluated not just wealth but character, military service, and family lineage. When a consul brought a matter before the Senate, he was technically asking for advice. But to ignore the Senate's counsel was to court political suicide. The Romans had discovered something profound, that power freely yielded can sometimes be more enduring than power violently seized. Below the consuls and Senate stood a complex array of other magistrates praetors who administered justice, aediles who managed public works and festivals, quaestors who oversaw finances, tribunes who held the sacred power to veto any action harmful to plebeian interests. Each office had its sphere of authority, its term limits, its accountability to the people who elected them. The whole system was designed to frustrate individual ambition while channeling collective ambition toward the state's benefit. But the early republic was not a harmonious paradise of shared governance. It was, in fact, a battleground where patricians and plebeians waged a long, grinding struggle over power, dignity, and rights. The patricians, those families who claimed descent from Rome's original clans, monopolized political offices, controlled the interpretation of law, and wielded their economic power to keep plebeians in a state of dependence. Many plebeian farmers, serving in Rome's wars while their fields lay untended, fell into debt. Roman debt law was brutal. A creditor could enslave a debtor who failed to pay, could imprison him, could even sell him or his children across the Tiber into foreign slavery. In 494 BC, the plebeians did something extraordinary. They withdrew. They left the city entirely, marching out to the Sacred Mount, a hill a few miles from Rome, and declared that if their grievances were not addressed, they would simply found a new city elsewhere. This was the first secessio plebis, the secession of the plebs, and it worked because the patricians suddenly realized an uncomfortable truth. They needed the plebeians. Who would farm the land? Who would serve in the legions? Who would make the city function? Negotiations began, and from them emerged the tribune of the plebs, a new office held by plebeians, considered sacrosanct, meaning anyone who harmed a tribune could be killed without trial. Tribunes possessed the power of veto, the right to intervene on behalf of any plebeian facing injustice, and the authority to bring matters directly before the plebeian assembly. It was a revolutionary concession, the beginning of a centuries-long process by which plebeians would gradually claim a fuller share of political power. The struggle continued through generations, sometimes erupting in crisis, more often grinding forward through incremental reforms. Plebeians demanded written laws so that patrician magistrates could not arbitrarily interpret tradition to their advantage. In response, around 450 BC, a commission codified Roman law on 12 bronze tablets displayed in the Forum, where all citizens could read them. The 12 tables were not sophisticated jurisprudence. They dealt with matters both profound and mundane, from inheritance rights to penalties for breaking someone's bone, from the proper conduct of trials to regulations about where one could bury the dead, but they represented something precious. Law as public knowledge, accessible to all, not the secret wisdom of an aristocratic elite. Gradually, plebeians gained the right to hold the consulship, the praetorship, even the priesthoods that had long been patrician monopolies. The conflict of the orders, as historians call this long struggle, was resolved not through revolution but through negotiation, not by destroying the existing order but by expanding it. By the early 3rd century BC, Rome had become something unique in the ancient Mediterranean estate where talent and military service could, in theory, if not always in practice, elevate even those born without aristocratic pedigree. Yet Rome remained intensely hierarchical, deeply conscious of status and rank. A new aristocracy emerged, the nobiles families, both patrician and plebeian, who had held the consulship, and they guarded their prestige as jealously as the old patricians ever had. Wealth mattered enormously, determining which of 5 classes a citizen belonged to, which in turn determined his role in the military and his voting weight in the assemblies. The richest citizens, serving as cavalry or heavy infantry, had far more political influence than the poorest, who served as light-armed skirmishers or rowers in the fleet. Still, there was something binding Romans together across these divisions, a shared identity, a collective pride in their city, a belief that Rome's success depended on virtues, that untranslatable term meaning courage, excellence, manliness, civic virtue all rolled into one. A Roman's worth was measured by his service to the state, by his willingness to sacrifice personal comfort for the collective good, by his adherence to mos maiorum, the way of the ancestors, the accumulated wisdom and custom that guided Roman life more surely than any written constitution. In these early centuries, Rome was still a modest power, one city-state among many in a fractious Italy. To the north, Etruscan cities remained wealthy and culturally sophisticated. To the south, Greek colonies like Tarentum and Syracuse represented the brilliant civilization of Hellas transplanted to Italian soil. In the mountains, fierce tribes like the Samnites cultivated a warrior culture that made them formidable enemies. Rome's survival was not inevitable, her future glory not foreordained. What set Rome apart was not military genius or cultural superiority, but something more subtle, a pragmatic flexibility, a willingness to adapt, to learn from enemies, to incorporate the conquered into the Roman system. When Rome defeated neighboring Latin cities, she did not simply enslave their populations or extract tribute. Instead, she offered them various grades of citizenship or alliance, binding former enemies to her through self-interest. The Roman legion evolved in these crucible years, shaped by necessity and bitter experience. In the beginning, Roman soldiers fought like Greek hoplites, heavily armored infantry standing shoulder to shoulder in a rigid phalanx, each man's shield protecting his neighbor, the whole formation moving as one iron-tipped mass. It was effective on flat ground against similar opponents, but Italy's hills and valleys demanded something more flexible. The Romans reorganized their army into maniple small units of about 120, men that could operate independently, that could adapt to broken terrain, that could respond to unexpected threats without the entire formation collapsing. They arranged these maniples in a checkerboard pattern, 3 lines deep, so that fresh troops could move forward to replace exhausted ones, so that the line could breathe and flex like a living thing. This manipular legion would carry Rome to dominance over Italy, proving superior to the phalanx in the varied landscapes where they fought. But military innovation alone does not explain Rome's rise. What truly distinguished Rome was her approach to the defeated. After hard-fought wars with the Latins, the Samnites, the Etruscans, Rome did not simply plant her boot on their necks. Instead, she wove them into an expanding network of alliance and obligation. Some defeated cities received full Roman citizenship. Their people could vote in Roman assemblies, hold Roman office, and were protected by Roman law. Others received citizenship without voting rights. They enjoyed legal protections and could intermarry with Romans, but could not participate in Roman politics. Still others became allies, retaining their own governments but pledging to provide troops when Rome called. This system was genius in its practicality. Rome gained access to enormous manpower reserves by the 3rd century BC. She could field armies numbering in the tens of thousands, with allied contingents often equaling or exceeding the Roman legions themselves. The allies fought alongside Romans, shared in the spoils of victory, and gradually came to identify their interests with Rome's success. Conquered peoples became stakeholders in Roman expansion rather than resentful subjects waiting to rebel. The city itself grew as these centuries passed, spreading beyond the original 7 hills, spilling into the valleys between them, reaching across the Tiber to incorporate new neighborhoods. The population swelled with immigrants from throughout Italy, craftsmen seeking opportunities, farmers displaced by war, freed slaves adding their diverse origins to Rome's increasingly cosmopolitan character. Latin remained the common tongue, but you could hear Etruscan in certain quarters, Greek in the markets where Eastern traders gathered, and the various Italic dialects of those newly arrived from the countryside. Roman religion in these years was deeply practical, transactional, a matter of maintaining right relationships with the gods through proper rituals rather than questions of faith or doctrine. The Romans inherited gods from various sources. Jupiter, the sky father, owed much to the Greek Zeus. Juno, his consort, watched over women in childbirth. Mars, the war god, was distinctly Roman, patron of agriculture as well as battle. Vesta, goddess of the hearth, was tended by the Vestal Virgins, priestesses who kept Rome's sacred flame burning and whose purity was considered essential to the city's welfare, so essential that any Vestal found to have broken her vow of chastity could be buried alive. The Romans practiced divination, reading the will of the gods in the flight of birds, in the organs of sacrificed animals, in thunder and lightning. Before any major decision, a battle, an election, the founding of a colony, augurs would take the auspices, and unfavorable signs could delay or cancel even the most important undertakings. This was not superstition in the dismissive sense, but rather a way of acknowledging uncertainty, of building deliberation into decision-making, of ensuring that leaders paused to consider whether their course of action had divine and, by extension, communal approval. Family life provided the foundation for Roman society, structured around the paterfamilias, the male head of household who held legal authority over his wife, children, and slaves. This authority, called patriar potestas, was theoretically absolute. A father could legally kill his own children, though social pressure usually prevented such extremes. More commonly, the paterfamilias arranged marriages, managed family property, and represented the family in public life. Women in early Rome held no political rights, could not vote or hold office, yet within the household, especially elite households, wives and mothers often wielded considerable practical power, managing estates, influencing their husbands' decisions, and raising children who would carry forward the family's status. Education in these centuries remained informal, centered in the home. Fathers taught sons the skills they would need: farming, fighting, understanding the law, honoring the gods. Mothers taught daughters household management, weaving, the virtues expected of Roman women: pudicitia, modesty, pietas, dutiful respect, and fecunditas, fertility. As Rome's contact with the Greek world increased, some elite families began hiring Greek tutors to teach their sons Greek language and literature, beginning a love-hate relationship with Greek culture that would define Roman intellectual life for centuries. Romans admired Greek philosophy, drama, and art, yet worried that Greek sophistication threatened traditional Roman values of simplicity, discipline, and service. By 280 BC, Rome controlled most of the Italian peninsula south of the Po River, a stunning achievement for a city that had started as a collection of hilltop villages just 2.5 centuries earlier. But this success brought Rome face to face with a wider Mediterranean world with powers that dwarfed anything she had yet encountered. Pyrrhus of Epirus, a Greek king from across the Adriatic, arrived in southern Italy at the invitation of the Greek city of Tarentum, which feared Roman expansion. Pyrrhus was a talented general who considered himself the heir to Alexander the Great's legacy. He brought professional soldiers, sophisticated siege equipment, and 20 war elephants, creatures the Romans had never seen, massive beasts that terrified Roman horses and scattered their formations. At Heraclea in 280 BC, Pyrrhus won a clear victory, and again at Asculum the following year. Yet his victories came at terrible cost losses so heavy that they gave rise to the term Pyrrhic victory, a success so costly it amounts to defeat. More troubling for Pyrrhus, the Romans refused to acknowledge defeat. They simply raised new legions, sent new armies, absorbed losses that would have broken other states. After each battle, they learned, adapted, found ways to counter the elephants, improved their tactics. Roman resilience impressed even Pyrrhus. When he sent an envoy to negotiate, hoping the Romans would accept a favorable peace, the Senate refused. Pyrrhus reportedly said that the Senate was an assembly of kings, recognizing in these Roman leaders a dignity and determination that matched his own royal pride. Eventually, worn down by inconclusive campaigns and the prospect of endless Roman armies, Pyrrhus withdrew from Italy. Rome had faced one of the great military minds of the age and, through sheer stubborn refusal to surrender, had prevailed. The victory over Pyrrhus completed Rome's unification of Italy and taught her a crucial lesson: that persistence could overcome tactical brilliance, that the willingness to endure and continue fighting could be as valuable as genius on the battlefield. This lesson would serve Rome well in the far greater struggles that lay ahead, when she would face an enemy more dangerous than Pyrrhus ever was, a rival who threatened not just Rome's control of Italy, but her very existence. As the 3rd century BC unfolded, Rome stood at a threshold. She had united Italy through a combination of military force and diplomatic integration. She had developed political institutions that, however imperfect, allowed for evolution without revolution. She had created a citizen army that fought not for a king's glory, but for the republic itself, for homes and families, for a shared identity as Romans. The city on 7 hills had become a regional power. But across the Mediterranean, on the North African coast, another city waited: Carthage, wealthy beyond measure, mistress of the seas, heir to Phoenician trading networks that spanned from the Pillars of Hercules to the Levantine coast. The two powers would soon collide, and their struggle would reshape the ancient world. Yet that story waits for tomorrow's telling. For now, as night deepens and your breathing slows, hold this image: Rome in 270 BC, her forum bustling with citizens, her temples crowned with terracotta gods, her roads reaching outward like spokes from a wheel's hub, carrying her language, her law, her way of seeing the world into a future she could not yet imagine. From 7 hills to mistress of Italy, the first transformation was complete. The eternal city was ready to meet her destiny. The Mediterranean Sea lay between them like a mirror reflecting 2 different visions of power. On one shore, Rome landed, agricultural, her strength drawn from citizen soldiers who left their plows to carry shields, who fought for the Republic and then returned to harvest wheat. On the opposite shore, Carthage maritime, mercantile, her wealth flowing from trade routes older than Rome herself. Her wars fought by hired professionals from a dozen different peoples. These two cities need not have become enemies. The Mediterranean was vast enough for both. But history has a way of narrowing spaces, of turning potential into inevitability, until conflict becomes the only language two powers can speak. Carthage was ancient when Rome was still young. Founded by Phoenician colonists from Tyre around 814 BC, she had grown into the greatest naval and commercial power the Western Mediterranean had ever known. Her ships carried Spanish silver, African ivory, Egyptian grain, and Tyrian purple dye across sea lanes, protected by a navy that had no equal. Her territory stretched along the North African coast, encompassed Sardinia and Corsica, and dominated the western half of Sicily. Carthaginian merchants spoke Punica, Semitic language descended from Phoenician, and worshipped gods like Baal, Hammon, and Tanit with rituals that Greeks and Romans found disturbing, including, some claimed, child sacrifice in times of crisis. The two powers had coexisted peacefully for generations, even signing treaties that defined their respective spheres of influence. Rome focused on Italy while Carthage commanded the seas. But Sicily, that large triangular island separated from the Italian mainland by the narrow Strait of Messina, became the point where their interests collided. The eastern part of Sicily was dominated by Greek cities like Syracuse. The western part belonged to Carthage. And in 264 BC, a group of Italian mercenaries called the Mamertines, who had seized the city of Messana, called for Roman help against both Syracuse and Carthage. The Senate debated. To intervene meant crossing the sea for the first time, challenging Carthage in her own element, risking war with a power far wealthier than Rome. But to refuse meant appearing weak, meant abandoning Italians who had appealed for protection. The decision to intervene was not inevitable, it was a choice, made by men who could not fully foresee its consequences, who stood at a fork in history and chose the path that led to empire. Thus began the First Punic War, a conflict that would drag on for 23 years and teach Rome a painful lesson about the cost of naval warfare. The war's early years belonged to Carthage. Her Queen Quirim's massive warships rowed by hundreds of oarsmen, equipped with bronze rams that could shatter enemy hulls, dominated every naval engagement. Roman troops might be superior on land, but they could not reach Sicily's western coast without ships, and their inexperienced navy was destroyed almost effortlessly by Carthaginian admirals who had learned their craft over generations. Rome did something characteristically audacious. According to the historian Polybius, the Romans captured a wrecked Carthaginian warship and used it as a model, while shipwrights built a fleet by copying the design, constructing 100 ships in just 60. These soldiers practiced rowing on wooden benches set up on land, learning the coordination required to move these massive vessels. It was absurd, almost comical, this image of legionaries practicing naval maneuvers on dry ground. Yet it reveals something essential about Rome, a refusal to accept that any skill was beyond her reach, a willingness to learn from enemies, and an industrial capacity that could mobilize resources on a scale Carthage could not match. But Rome did not simply copy Carthaginian ships. She adapted them, adding a new device called the corvus, a boarding bridge with a heavy spike that could be dropped onto an enemy deck, locking the ships together. This innovation transformed naval combat into something more familiar to Roman soldiers, hand-to-hand fighting, where discipline and training mattered more than sailing expertise. With the corvus, Roman marines could storm across onto enemy decks and fight as if they were on land. The strategy worked brilliantly at first. At the Battle of Mylae in 260 BC, Rome won her first naval victory, capturing or sinking 50 Carthaginian ships. At Ecnomus 4 years later, the Romans defeated an even larger Carthaginian fleet, clearing the way for an invasion of North Africa itself. An army under the consul Marcus Atilius Regulus landed near Carthage, ravaging the countryside, threatening the city directly. For a moment, it seemed the war might end quickly with total Roman victory. But hubris met disaster, as it so often does. Regulus offered reasonable peace terms by the desperate Carthaginians, demanded unconditional surrender terms so harsh that Carthage decided she had nothing to lose by continuing to fight. The Carthaginians hired a Spartan mercenary general named Xanthippus, who reorganized their army and crushed Regulus's legions in 255 BC. Regulus himself was captured, and according to Roman legend, was later sent to Rome to negotiate peace, but instead urged the Senate to continue fighting, then voluntarily returned to Carthage, where he was tortured to death. Whether this story is true or propaganda matters less than what it reveals about Roman values, that honor and duty to the Republic outweighed even one's own life. The war ground on year after year, draining both powers. Rome lost entire fleets to storms. The Corvus made ships top-heavy and unstable in rough seas. At one point, Rome lost 700 ships and nearly 100,000 men to storms in just a few years. Yet each time, Rome rebuilt. She raised new taxes, demanded new contributions from her Italian allies, constructed new fleets. Carthage, for all her wealth, could not match this relentless Roman capacity to absorb punishment and continue. The war's turning point came not at sea but on land in Sicily, where a young Roman commander named Gaius Lutatius Catulus finally defeated the Carthaginian fleet at the Aegates Islands in 241 BC. With her supply lines cut and her Sicilian army trapped, Carthage sued for peace. The peace terms were harsh but not crushing. Carthage would abandon Sicily entirely, pay a large indemnity to Rome over 10 years, and agree not to make war on Rome's allies. Sicily became Rome's first provincia, a territory outside Italy governed by a Roman magistrate, required to pay taxes directly to Rome. It was the beginning of something Rome had not intended, an overseas empire. But the peace between Rome and Carthage was not true peace. It was merely an intermission, a catching of breath before the next act in their tragedy. Carthage, humiliated and impoverished by the war, faced rebellion from her own mercenaries who had not been paid. The mercenary war that followed was brutal beyond measure, a conflict where both sides committed atrocities that shocked even the violence-accustomed ancient world. While Carthage struggled with this internal bleeding, Rome opportunistically seized Sardinia and Corsica, violating the spirit, if not the letter, of their peace treaty. This betrayal festered in Carthaginian memory. A Carthaginian general named Hamilcar Barca, meaning lightning, took his rage and channeled it into purpose. Unable to challenge Rome at sea or in Sicily, he turned his attention to Spain, that wild peninsula rich in silver mines and fierce tribes. Hamilcar spent years subduing Spain, building a new base of Carthaginian power in the west, creating an army loyal to him personally rather than to the merchant oligarchs who ruled Carthage. And he brought his young son with him, a boy of 9 years old whom he made swear an oath at the altar, an oath to never be a friend to Rome. That boy's name was Hannibal. The years between the wars saw Rome consolidating her position. She suppressed Gallic invasions from the north extended her influence along the Adriatic coast, and began to encounter the Greek East through her involvement in Illyria. Roman magistrates governed Sicily and Sardinia, learning through trial and error how to extract resources from conquered territories while maintaining enough stability to prevent constant rebellion. Rome was becoming something she had never intended to be, an imperial power with overseas possessions. In 218 BC, the second act of the Roman-Carthaginian drama began, triggered by a conflict over Saguntum, a Spanish city that claimed Roman friendship but lay within Carthage's recognized sphere of influence. Hannibal, now commanding Carthage's Spanish army, besieged and captured Saguntum. Rome demanded his surrender. Carthage refused. And so the Second Punic War began, a war that would bring Rome closer to destruction than any conflict before or since. Hannibal did something no one expected. Rather than wait for Rome to bring the war to Spain or Africa, rather than rely on naval power where Rome had learned to compete, he decided to invade Italy itself, approaching from the one direction Romans thought impossible, over the Alps. In the spring of 218 BC, Hannibal set out from New Carthage with an army of perhaps 50,000 infantry, 9,000 cavalry, and 37 war elephants. He marched through hostile territory in Spain, crossed the Pyrenees, traversed southern Gaul negotiating with or fighting through Celtic tribes, and then began the ascent into the Alps in late autumn. The crossing of the Alps entered legend even as it happened. Ancient historians describe rockfalls that crushed men and animals, narrow paths where one misstep meant to fall into oblivion, snow that blinded and froze, hostile mountain tribes who rolled boulders down on the passing column. Hannibal's elephants, already exotic, already symbols of Carthaginian power, struggled in the cold. Their mahouts urging them forward along paths meant for goats, not beasts the size of houses. Hannibal himself lost the sight in one eye to infection during the crossing. When Hannibal descended into the Po River Valley in northern Italy, he had lost nearly half his army, but he had accomplished the impossible. He was in Italy, behind Rome's coastal defenses, in a position to threaten Rome directly and to invite Rome's enemies, the Gallic tribes of the north, discontented Italian allies, anyone with a grievance, to join him. The Romans sent consul Publius Cornelius Scipio to intercept him. At the Ticinus River, Hannibal's cavalry, Numidian horsemen from North Africa, the finest light cavalry in the Mediterranean, routed the Roman horse and wounded Scipio himself. The young Scipio's life was saved by his 17-year-old son, who would remember that day and what it meant to face Hannibal. Weeks later, at the Trebia River, Hannibal demonstrated the tactical genius that would terrorize Rome for years. He baited the Romans into attacking across an icy river in winter, ambushed them with hidden forces, and destroyed the Roman army. Of 4 legions, barely 10,000 men escaped. Rome reacted with characteristic determination. They elected new consuls, raised new legions, and sent them north. At Lake Trasimene in 217 BC, Hannibal laid another ambush, this time hiding his entire army in the hills around the lake and waiting for the Roman army to march into the trap. In the foggy dawn, Hannibal's forces struck from all sides simultaneously, driving the Romans into the lake where thousands drowned in their armor. 15,000 Romans died in 3 hours. The consul Gaius Flaminius fell fighting, and when news reached Rome, panic gripped the city. The Senate took the extraordinary step of appointing a dictator, Quintus Fabius Maximus, who was given absolute authority for 6 months. Fabius understood that Rome could not defeat Hannibal in open battle, not yet, not while the Carthaginian remained undefeated and his tactical brilliance was unmatched. So Fabius adopted a strategy of exhaustion. He shadowed Hannibal's army but refused to engage, harassing his supply lines, denying him a decisive victory, slowly bleeding him through attrition. The Romans mocked Fabius, calling him the delayer, but his strategy was working. Hannibal could win battles, but could not win the war without bringing Rome herself to surrender. Yet Roman pride could not long endure such a passive strategy. When Fabius's term ended, the Romans elected 2 consuls determined to crush Hannibal in open battle. They raised the largest army Rome had ever fielded, 8 legions, more than 80,000 men, and marched south to confront Hannibal at a place called Cannae. The Battle of Cannae, fought on August 2, 216 BC, was a masterpiece of tactical genius and a nightmare from which Rome would not soon wake. Hannibal deliberately weakened his center while strengthening his flanks with his best troops, African veterans equipped with Roman armor taken from previous victories. As the massive Roman army pressed forward, confident in their overwhelming numbers, Hannibal's center gave ground slowly, bending backward like a bow being drawn. The Romans pushed deeper into the Carthaginian formation, believing they were breaking through. Then Hannibal's flanks attacked simultaneously, curving inward like pincers. His cavalry, having driven off the Roman horse, circled behind and closed the trap. The Roman army found itself surrounded, packed so tightly that soldiers could not raise their swords to fight. For hours, the slaughter continued under the August sun. By day's end, 50,000 Romans lay dead, including the consul Lucius Aemilius Paulus, 80 senators, and dozens of military tribunes. It was the worst defeat in Roman history. The news of Cannae reached Rome like a physical blow, staggering the city into a silence more terrible than any outcry. 50,000 dead fathers, brothers, sons gone in a single afternoon. Entire families extinguished. Some noble houses lost every male member of fighting age. The Senate chamber, which had held 600 members, could now barely muster 200. Women filled the streets, searching desperately for news of their loved ones, their wails echoing off the marble and stone. Hannibal's officers urged him to march on Rome immediately to finish what he had started. "In 5 days you will dine on the Capitoline Hill," one cavalry commander promised. But Hannibal hesitated. He lacked siege equipment to storm Rome's walls, and even now, even after Cannae, Rome did not seek peace. The city's response to catastrophe revealed the steel in the Roman character. They forbade public mourning beyond 30 days, recalled retired soldiers, armed slaves, and promised them freedom, and sent embassies to their allies demanding they hold firm. Many allies did not hold firm. In southern Italy, cities opened their gates to Hannibal Capua, the second largest city in Italy, declared for Carthage. Philip V of Macedon signed an alliance with Hannibal, threatening Rome from across the Adriatic. Syracuse in Sicily, long neutral, joined Carthage after her king's assassination. For a moment, it seemed the Roman Confederation might dissolve, that the great achievement of uniting Italy might unravel entirely. Yet most allies stayed loyal, either from genuine commitment to Rome or from calculated self-interest. If Rome survived, disloyalty would be remembered and punished. And Rome herself never wavered. When Hannibal sent a delegation of Roman prisoners to negotiate ransom, offering to return thousands of captured soldiers if Rome would pay, the Senate refused. Ransom, they decided, would reward defeat and encourage soldiers to surrender rather than fight to the death. Those men had failed to win or die. Rome would not purchase their return. It was brutal logic, the kind that breaks hearts but preserves states. Rome's strategy shifted to what Fabius had advocated: avoid Hannibal's main army, recapture rebellious cities one by one, cut off his reinforcements and supplies, slowly strangle him in the land he had invaded. It required patience that went against Roman instincts, discipline that meant enduring Hannibal's presence in Italy year after year while Roman armies fought everywhere except against him directly. The war spread across the Mediterranean like a stain, pulling in more powers, more peoples, transforming what had begun as a Roman-Carthaginian conflict into something approaching a world war. In Spain, Roman armies battled Hannibal's brothers, Hasdrubal and Mago, for control of the silver mines and supply lines that fed the Carthaginian war effort. In Sicily, Marcus Claudius Marcellus besieged Syracuse, that Greek jewel whose defenses were designed by Archimedes himself, the great mathematician who built mechanical claws that lifted Roman ships from the water and dropped them, mirrors that supposedly focused sunlight to burn sails, catapults that rained destruction on any vessel approaching the harbor. The siege of Syracuse lasted 2 years. When the city finally fell in 211 BC, Marcellus supposedly wept at the beauty he was compelled to destroy. Archimedes died in the sack of the city, killed by a Roman soldier who did not recognize the old man bent over his mathematical diagrams in the sand, who allegedly said, "Don't disturb my circles," as the sword descended. In Italy, Rome recaptured Capua after a long siege, punishing the city savagely for its betrayal, executing the city's leaders, selling much of the population into slavery, stripping Capua of her independence and reducing her to a mere prefecture. The message was clear: loyalty to Rome had its rewards, but disloyalty would be repaid with merciless vengeance. Hannibal remained in Italy, undefeated but increasingly isolated. His army still formidable, but no longer the overwhelming force that had crushed Rome at Cannae. He marched from region to region seeking battle or alliance, but Roman armies shadowed him without engaging, reclaiming territories after he passed, wearing him down through the one Roman advantage he could never overcome: inexhaustible manpower. In 207 BC, Hannibal's brother Hasdrubal attempted what Hannibal had done 9 years earlier, crossing the Alps with reinforcements to join his brother and finally overwhelm Rome. If the two Carthaginian armies united, Italy might be lost. Rome knew this, and 2 consuls with 4 legions rushed north to intercept Hasdrubal at the Meteris River. The battle was fierce and decisive. Hasdrubal's army was destroyed, and he himself fell fighting. Roman soldiers took his head and, in an act of calculated cruelty, threw it into Hannibal's camp. Hannibal understood what that severed head meant. He was alone now, truly alone, his dreams of destroying Rome fading like morning mist. But he was Hannibal Barca, son of Hamilcar, who had made him swear that oath, and he would not abandon Italy while breath remained in his body. He retreated to Bruttium, the toe of Italy's boot, and waited, hoping Carthage would send more aid, knowing they probably would not. The war's final act belonged to that young man who had saved his father at the Ticinus River, Publius Cornelius Scipio. Now in his early 30s, had spent years in Spain learning how to fight Carthaginians, studying Hannibal's tactics, developing his own innovations. He had captured New Carthage, Carthage's Spanish capital, in a daring assault. He had defeated Hasdrubal and then Mago in separate battles, driving Carthaginian power from Spain entirely. Now, appointed consul for 205 BC, despite being technically too young for the office, Scipio proposed something radical: invade Africa, threaten Carthage itself, force them to recall Hannibal from Italy. the Senate was skeptical. Fabius Maximus, the old delayer, argued that Rome should finish defeating Hannibal in Italy before opening a new front. But Scipio's vision won enough support, and in 204 BC, he sailed for Africa with an army of volunteers. Rome would not risk her remaining legions on such a gamble, but many men believed in Scipio and followed him willingly. In Africa, Scipio allied with Massinissa, a Numidian king with a personal grudge against Carthage, gaining the cavalry Rome had always lacked. He defeated Carthaginian armies, burned their camps, ravaged the countryside around Carthage. The strategy worked exactly as intended. Carthage panicked and recalled Hannibal from Italy. After 15 years in Italy, years in which he had never lost a battle, yet never achieved final victory, Hannibal sailed home. He must have looked back at the Italian coast with what emotions we can only imagine: pride in what he had accomplished, bitterness at what might have been, sorrow for the countless dead who had followed him over the Alps and through blood-soaked fields from Trebia to Cannae. He had humbled Rome, had brought her to the edge of annihilation, yet Rome still stood. And now he returned not in triumph, but to defend Carthage from the student who had learned all his lessons. The two met at Zama in 202 BC. Hannibal and Scipio, the greatest generals of their age, fate having arranged for them to decide not just a battle, but the future of the Mediterranean. They met briefly before the battle, legend says, to discuss peace, but found no common ground. Hannibal deployed his elephants first, hoping they would break Roman formations as they had so many times before. But Scipio had learned. He created lanes in his formation that allowed the elephants to pass through harmlessly, where Roman skirmishers wounded, and turned them back into Carthaginian lines. When the cavalry clash came, Massinnissa's Numidians defeated the Carthaginian horse, then circled behind, just as Hannibal's cavalry had done at Cannae. Scipio, using Hannibal's own masterpiece against him. The battle became brutal and close, but when Massinnissa's cavalry returned and struck the Carthaginian rear, the outcome was decided. Hannibal's army broke. For the first time in his career, Hannibal had been defeated in open battle. Carthage sued for peace, and the terms were devastating. She would surrender all her warships except 10, pay an enormous indemnity over 50 years, agree never to make war without Roman permission, and cede all territories except a small strip of North African coast around the city itself. Carthage, once Rome's equal, was reduced to a client state existing at Rome's pleasure. Scipio returned to Rome in triumph, granted the honorific name Africanus for his victory, celebrated as the man who had saved the Republic. Hannibal survived but eventually fled Carthage when his political enemies sought to deliver him to Rome. He wandered the eastern Mediterranean, offering his services to various kings, always seeking some way to harm Rome, never finding it. Finally, surrounded by Roman agents in Bithynia around 183 BC, he took poison rather than face capture. "Let us relieve the Romans of their anxiety," he supposedly said, "since they think it too long to wait for an old man to die." The Second Punic War ended, but it left scars that would never fully heal. Italy had been ravaged for 15 years, fields abandoned, farmhouses burned, entire towns depopulated. The Roman countryside, once worked by small farmers who formed the backbone of the legions, now lay in ruins. Many of those farmers had died in the war, and their widows and children could not maintain the land alone. Wealthy Romans bought up these abandoned farms, consolidating them into vast estates called latifundia, worked not by free citizens, but by the countless slaves that Rome's wars were now producing in abundance. This shift from small farms to slave-worked estates would haunt Rome for generations, creating economic inequality that destabilized the Republic and transformed the very character of Roman society. But in the immediate aftermath of defeating Hannibal, Romans could not yet see these consequences. They saw only victory, survival, and a Mediterranean world that suddenly lay open before them like a map waiting to be filled in. Rome had not intended to become an empire. The Senate was conservative by nature, cautious about foreign entanglements, aware that overseas commitments drained resources and complicated governance. Yet circumstance and opportunity drew Rome eastward into the glittering, complex world of Hellenistic kingdoms that had emerged from Alexander the Great's shattered empire. Philip V of Macedon had allied with Hannibal during Rome's darkest hours, and Rome did not forget. In 200 BC, Rome declared war on Macedon, ostensibly to protect Greek cities from Philip's aggression, but really to punish betrayal and ensure no power could again threaten Italy, while Rome was distracted elsewhere. The war brought Roman legions into Greece for the first time, where they encountered a military system that had once conquered the known world, the Macedonian phalanx. The phalanx was a formation of heavy infantry armed with sarissa spikes 18 feet long standing, in dense ranks that presented a bristling hedge of spear points to any enemy. It was nearly invincible on flat ground, a steamroller that crushed everything before it. But at Cynocephalae in 197 BC, the Roman consul Titus Quintius Flamininus demonstrated the superiority of the flexible Roman legion over the rigid phalanx. On broken ground, the phalanx lost cohesion, and Roman maniples flowed around it, attacking from the flanks and rear where the long pikes became useless. Philip was defeated, his power broken, and Rome emerged as the arbiter of Greek affairs. At the Isthmian Games of 196 BC, Flamininus made a dramatic announcement. Rome was granting freedom to all the Greek cities previously under Macedonian control. The assembled Greeks could barely believe it, a Western power, victorious in war, voluntarily relinquishing the spoils of conquest. It seemed too generous, too noble. The Greeks erupted in such wild celebration that birds flying overhead reportedly fell dead from the noise, and men rushed forward to touch Flamininus as if he were a god made flesh. But Rome's conception of freedom was particular. The Greek cities were free from Macedonian rule, yes, but expected to remain friendly to Rome, to respect Rome's interests, to understand that Rome's generosity created obligations. It was freedom within a framework of Roman supremacy, liberty that came with invisible strings attached. Rome's involvement in the East deepened when Antiochus III, the Seleucid king who ruled from Syria to Persia, decided to reclaim territories in Greece and Asia Minor that he considered rightfully his. Hannibal was with him, the old Carthaginian general, still dangerous, still dreaming of Roman defeat, had found refuge at Antiochus's court and urged him to challenge Rome. In 191 BC, Antiochus invaded Greece with Hannibal advising him, but the Romans defeated him at Thermopylae, that same narrow pass where 300 Spartans had once held back Persia. The war moved to Asia Minor, where at Magnesia in 190 BC, Roman legions destroyed Antiochus's much larger army, demonstrating once again that tactical flexibility and discipline trumped mere numbers. The peace treaty stripped Antiochus of all his territories in Asia Minor west of the Taurus Mountains and imposed a crushing indemnity. The vast Seleucid Empire, which had stretched from the Mediterranean to India, was broken as a Mediterranean power. Rome now dominated the eastern Mediterranean without officially ruling it, a hegemon rather than a direct administrator, preferring to work through client kings and theoretically independent cities that nonetheless understood where real power lay. Roman armies could be anywhere within weeks, and no Hellenistic kingdom could stand against them. This informal empire required less administrative overhead than direct rule, but demanded constant intervention to maintain the hierarchy of power. The Romans encountered Greek culture in these eastern campaigns not merely as conquerors, but as admirers, though their admiration was complicated. Greek philosophy, literature, art, and rhetoric represented a sophistication that Rome's relatively young culture could not match. Educated Greeks spoke of Homer and Plato the way Romans spoke of crop rotations and military tactics. Greek sculptors captured the human form with a grace that made Roman art seem crude by comparison. Greek theaters staged tragedies exploring the depths of human nature, while Roman entertainment leaned toward practical spectacles, gladiatorial games, and chariot races. Wealthy Romans began collecting Greek art, looting statues and paintings from conquered cities to display in their homes. They hired Greek tutors for their children, Greek doctors for their ailments, Greek philosophers to discuss ethics over wine. The Greek language became the mark of an educated Romang, necessary for diplomacy, philosophy, and access to the wider Mediterranean world of culture. Yet this Philhellenism love of Greek culture existed in tension with traditional Roman values. Cato the Elder, a conservative senator who had fought in the Second Punic War, viewed Greek influence as corrupting Roman virtue. Greeks, he argued, were clever but undisciplined, eloquent but unreliable, sophisticated but soft. They had lost their political freedom precisely because they lacked the stern virtues that made Rome strong: gravitas, pietas, virtue's seriousness, dutiful respect, and martial courage. Cato famously ended every speech, regardless of topic, with the phrase "Carthago delenda est," Carthage must be destroyed. Though Carthage had been broken by the Second Punic War, though she posed no military threat and had faithfully paid her indemnity for 50 years, Cato saw in her continued existence an affront and a danger. He held up a fresh fig in the Senate one day, noting it had been picked in Carthage just 3 days earlier, close enough to threaten Rome. He implied, should she ever recover her strength. Rome's dealings with Carthage in these years revealed a darker side of Roman power: the use of legal pretexts to justify predetermined conclusions, the gradual squeezing of a defeated enemy until provocation became inevitable. Carthage's neighbor, Numidia, under King Massinissa Scipio's old ally, constantly encroached on Carthaginian territory, knowing Rome would support him. When Carthage finally defended herself militarily against Numidian aggression, Rome declared this a violation of the treaty forbidding Carthage from making war without permission. In 149 BC, Rome demanded Carthage surrender 300 noble hostages. Carthage complied. Rome then demanded all weapons. Carthage complied. Finally, Rome demanded that Carthage abandon her city entirely and relocate 10 miles inland, away from the sea that had made her great. This was a death sentence for a maritime power, and even Rome's demand exceeded what her own representatives thought reasonable. But Cato and those who thought like him had prevailed. Carthage must be destroyed. The Carthaginians, betrayed and desperate, chose to fight. They barricaded their city and prepared for siege, melting down everything metal to forge weapons, women cutting their hair to make bowstrings. The Third Punic War was not really a war, but an execution that took 3 years. The Romans, under Scipio Aemilianus' adopted grandson of Scipio, Africanus, finally breached Carthage's massive walls in 146 BC. The fighting continued house to house, room to room, the Carthaginians selling their lives as dearly as possible. When it ended, Scipio ordered Carthage razed completely. Buildings were demolished, the harbors filled with rubble, and legend says the ground was sown with salt so nothing would grow there, though this detail may be later embellishment. Of Carthage's population, those who survived the siege were sold into slavery. A city that had existed for 7 centuries, that had challenged Rome and nearly destroyed her, was erased from the earth. In that same year, 146 BC, Roman armies were also busy in Greece. Corinth, one of Greece's wealthiest and most beautiful cities, had led a rebellion of Greek cities against Roman interference. The rebellion was doomed from the start, a desperate assertion of independence by a people who could no longer enforce it. The Roman general Lucius Mummius crushed the revolt and, like Scipio at Carthage, leveled Corinth completely, selling its population into slavery, shipping its artistic treasures back to Rome. 2 ancient cities destroyed in a single year, both obliterated so thoroughly that they became cautionary tales. The message Rome sent was unmistakable. Defiance would not be tolerated. Mercy was a gift to be granted or withheld at Rome's discretion, and the Mediterranean world now operated according to Roman rules. The year 146 BC marked a turning point, Rome's transformation from regional power defending her interest to imperial hegemon enforcing her will across 3 continents. Yet even as Rome dominated militarily, she absorbed culturally. The destruction of Corinth brought countless Greek artworks to Rome, statues of gods and heroes, paintings depicting mythological scenes, vessels of precious metals crafted with a skill Roman artisans could not match. These treasures adorned Roman temples, forums, and private homes, transforming Rome aesthetically even as Rome transformed the Mediterranean politically. Greek slaves brought knowledge as well as labor. Educated Greeks became tutors in aristocratic Roman households, teaching the children of conquerors the language, literature, and philosophy of the conquered. A Greek slave might be worth many times the price of an agricultural laborer if he could teach rhetoric or philosophy, if he carried in his mind the intellectual heritage of Athens and Alexandria. Some of these educated slaves gained their freedom and became influential in Roman cultural life, their Greek learning giving them status that transcended their servile origins. The poet Horace, writing decades later, would capture this paradox perfectly. Captive Greece took captive her savage conqueror and brought the arts to rustic Latium. Rome conquered Greece militarily, but Greece conquered Rome culturally, shaping how educated Romans thought, spoke, and understood the world. Spain presented a different challenge entirely. Unlike the sophisticated urban cultures of Greece and Carthage, Spain's interior tribes, Lusitanians, Celti-Iberians, and others, were warrior peoples who valued independence above life, who fought from fortified hilltop towns, who accepted Roman authority in defeat only to rebel when opportunity arose. Roman campaigns in Spain dragged on for decades, a grinding counterinsurgency war fought in harsh terrain against enemies who refused to accept permanent conquest. Roman commanders in Spain gained reputations through victories but also through brutality. The line between pacification and atrocity was often crossed, entire populations massacred, treaties violated, tribes relocated or enslaved. Spain became a proving ground for ambitious Romans, a place where military glory could be won, but also where Rome's treatment of conquered peoples revealed the violence inherent in imperial expansion. The wealth flowing from Spanish silver mines enriched Rome immensely, but the human cost, Roman and Spanish alike, was immense. By the mid-2nd century BC, Rome's empire sprawled across the Mediterranean. Sicily, Sardinia, and Corsica were Roman provinces. Spain was divided into 2 provinces, though parts remained unsubdued. Macedon had been conquered definitively and organized as a province after yet another rebellion. Greece, though nominally free, was under Roman supervision. Carthage was gone. The kingdoms of Asia Minor operated within a Roman framework, none daring to challenge Rome's supremacy. Yet this empire created problems Rome's republican institutions were not designed to handle. Provincial governance fell to former consuls and praetors, magistrates who served 1-year terms in Rome and then governed provinces for a year or more. These men had enormous power far from senatorial oversight. They commanded legions, administered justice, collected taxes. The temptation to enrich oneself at provincial expense was powerful, and many Roman governors succumbed to it, extracting wealth through legal and illegal means, their corruption protected by distance and political connections. The wealth flowing into Rome from conquest and provincial taxation created a new class of super-wealthy Romans alongside traditional aristocratic families. Successful generals returned with fortunes and plunder. Tax collectors, called publicani, who bid for the right to collect provincial taxes and kept whatever they collected above their bid, grew fabulously rich. Merchants and moneylenders financed these ventures and took their share. Meanwhile, the small farmers who had once formed Rome's backbone increasingly could not compete with cheap grain imported from Sicily and Africa, with slave labor on large estates, with the economic disruptions of endless military service. Rome's military system itself was straining. The traditional requirement that soldiers own property, the theory being that property owners had a stake in defending the Republic, meant the pool of eligible soldiers was shrinking as small farmers lost their land. Wars now lasted years or decades, requiring soldiers to serve far longer than the seasonal campaigns of earlier centuries. Men who spent years in Spain or Greece returned to find their farms ruined and their families destitute. The influx of slaves was transforming Roman society in ways both obvious and subtle. Slaves worked the latifundia, rowed the merchant ships, labored in the mines, served in wealthy households, crafted luxury goods. Some estimates suggest that by the 1st century BC, slaves made up 1/3 or more of Italy's population. This created a society fundamentally dependent on slavery, where free labor competed with slave labor, where the threat of enslavement hung over anyone captured in war, where humans were property to be bought, sold, used, and discarded. In 135 BC, Sicily erupted in slave revolt. Tens of thousands of agricultural slaves, many of them educated Greeks and Syrians who had known freedom before war and piracy delivered them to Roman markets, rose under a slave named Eunice who declared himself king. The First Servile War, as it became known, required 3 years and multiple legions to suppress. It revealed the fragility of a system built on mass slavery, the ever-present possibility that the enslaved might throw off their chains. The Senate, dominated by aristocratic families deeply invested in the current system, resisted reforms that might address growing inequality. When reformers emerged, they faced not just political opposition but violence. Rome's political culture, which had managed conflict through compromise and institutional checks for centuries, was beginning to fracture under the weight of empire, wealth, and inequality. The brothers Gracchi Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus would test how far reform could go within the republican system, and their fates would reveal that Rome was entering a new and dangerous phase. But their story belongs to the next chapter of Rome's transformation, to the crisis that would see the Republic begin its long, agonizing death. For now, as the 2nd century BC drew toward its close, Rome stood supreme, her legions unmatched, her wealth unparalleled, her power extending from the Atlantic to the Aegean. 3 great wars with Carthage had tempered her into something harder, more ruthless, more capable of sustained violence than any state before her. The conquest of Greece and the East had brought sophistication, culture, and new ways of thinking about power and governance. Rome had reached across the Mediterranean and grasped dominion. But in that grasping, she had changed. The Republic that had united Italy through a combination of force and integration, that had defeated Hannibal through stubborn endurance, that had claimed to bring freedom to the Greeks, was becoming something else, something more vast, more complex, more contradictory. An empire in all but name, governed by institutions designed for a city-state, enriched by conquest, but corroded by inequality, powerful beyond measure, but increasingly unable to govern itself. The Mediterranean was Romang now, its waters called Mare Nostrum, our sea. Roman roads reached into distant provinces, carrying legions and trade goods, laws and language. Roman law settled disputes from Spain to Syria. Roman gods accepted offerings in temples from Britain to Egypt. The known world acknowledged Rome's dominion, and to be a Roman citizen meant something it had never meant before: membership in a civilization that spanned continents. Yet in Rome itself, in the Forum where consuls still spoke of res publica, in the Senate where old men clung to tradition, in the streets where landless veterans mingled with slaves from a dozen conquered peoples, tensions built like pressure in a sealed vessel. The Republic had conquered the world but was losing control of itself. And the men who would finally break the Republic, Marius and Sulla, Pompey and Caesar, were already being shaped by this world of endless war, boundless ambition, and institutions straining past their breaking point. But let those troubles rest for now, as night settles deeper and your breathing finds its rhythm. Hold instead this image: Rome in 146 BC, standing atop the Mediterranean world, victorious and troubled, magnificent and dangerous, having traveled in just over a century from one power among many to the power against which all others were measured. The Republic had reached across the sea and changed the world. Now the world would reach back and change the Republic. The Republic was dying, but no one wanted to admit it. In the late 2nd century BC, Rome's streets still echoed with speeches about ancestral virtue, about the mos maiorum that had made Rome great, about the balanced constitution that prevented tyranny. Yet beneath these reassuring words, something fundamental had broken. The institutions designed for a city-state governing Italy now strained to manage an empire spanning 3 continents. The citizen soldiers who had once left their plows to defend the Republic now served for years in distant lands, returning to find their farms gone and their place in society uncertain. And the wealth pouring into Rome from conquered provinces did not lift all boats equally. It created islands of spectacular fortune in a sea of dispossession. 2 brothers saw this crisis clearly and tried to heal it. Tiberius Gracchus, elected tribune of the plebs in 133 BC, proposed agrarian reform, redistributing public land that wealthy Romans had illegally occupied to landless citizens, thereby restoring the class of small farmers who had always formed Rome's military backbone. It was not a radical proposal. It simply enforced existing laws that limited how much public land any individual could hold. Yet it threatened powerful interests, and when Tiberius pushed his law through despite senatorial opposition, When he sought re-election as tribune to protect his reforms, his opponents accused him of aspiring to kingship. On election day, a group of senators and their supporters, led by Tiberius's own cousin, attacked him and his followers with clubs and chair legs, the first political violence in the Forum in centuries. Tiberius Gracchus died on the steps of the Capitol, his body thrown into the Tiber along with 300 of his supporters. The precedent was set. Political disputes in Rome could now be settled with violence, and the sanctity of the tribune, an office protected by ancient religious law, meant nothing when power felt threatened. 10 years later, Tiberius's younger brother Gaius Gracchus took up the cause, elected tribune and then re-elected, pushing an ambitious program of reforms: grain subsidies for urban poor, new colonies to provide land for dispossessed citizens, extension of citizenship to Italian allies, and measures to curb senatorial corruption in the provinces. For a time, Gaius dominated Roman politics through sheer force of personality and popular support. But the Senate maneuvered against him, turned the people against his proposals, and when violence erupted, passed the Senatus Consultum Ultimum, a declaration that the Republic was in danger, authorizing the consuls to use any means necessary to defend it. Gaius Gracchus and 3,000 of his supporters died in the purge that followed. Gaius ordered his slave to kill him rather than face capture, dying at the same age as his brother, 33. Both brothers sacrificed to the Republic's inability to reform itself peacefully. Their deaths taught ambitious men a crucial lesson. Reform threatened entrenched power, and entrenched power would kill to preserve itself. If you wanted to change Rome, you needed not just popular support, but force legions loyal to you personally rather than to the abstract republic. The next generation of Romans grew up in this atmosphere of political violence normalized, of institutions failing, of a gap widening between the Republic's ideals and its reality. Among them was a boy born around 100 BC into an old but not particularly wealthy patrician family, a child who would grow up to embody all the Republic's contradictions, whose name would become synonymous with absolute power and political murder: Gaius Julius Caesar. But before Caesar could stride onto history's stage, Rome had to pass through the furnace of the social war and the terror of Sulla's dictatorship. The Italian allies Socii, who had fought alongside Rome for centuries, who had bled in every war from Cannae to Corinth, remained second-class members of the Roman system. They could not vote in Roman assemblies, could not hold Roman magistracies, could not share equally in the rewards of the empire they had helped build. When a tribune proposed extending citizenship to the allies in 91 BC, he was murdered, and the allies' patience finally broke. The social war that erupted in 91 BC was Rome's closest brush with destruction since Hannibal. The Italian allies, Samnites, Marsi, and others formed their own confederation with its own capital, its own magistrates, its own coinage declaring independence from Rome. These were not barbarians, but peoples who had learned Roman military tactics, who understood Roman strategy, who could field armies as disciplined as Roman legions. For 3 years, Italy tore itself apart in brutal fighting. Rome won, but only by conceding what the allies had wanted all along: citizenship. In 88 BC, virtually all free inhabitants of Italy south of the Po River became Roman citizens. It was a revolutionary transformation accomplished through bloodshed that might have been avoided through wisdom. Rome had become not just a city, but an identity, and that identity now encompassed all of Italy. The Republic expanded to absorb those who had demanded inclusion, but the violence required to force that expansion left new scars. The social war produced generals who learned that armies loyal to their commander personally could extract political concessions from a desperate republic. Chief among these was Gaius Marius, a new man from an equestrian family who had risen through military brilliance rather than aristocratic birth. Marius had saved Rome from Germanic invasions in the late 2nd century, reforming the army by recruiting landless citizensmen who owned no property but were desperate for the pay, plunder, and land grants that military service promised. This created armies of professional soldiers loyal not to Rome but to the general who rewarded them. Marius's rival was Lucius Cornelius Sulla, an aristocrat who believed in the Senate's authority and viewed Marius's populist methods with contempt. When the Senate assigned Sulla command of a lucrative war against Mithridates, king of Pontus in Asia Minor, a tribune backed by Marius transferred the command to Marius instead. Sulla's response was unprecedented. He marched his legions on Rome itself. No Roman general had ever done this. The Pomerium, Rome's sacred boundary, was inviolable to armed troops. To cross it with military force was to declare yourself an enemy of the Republic. Yet Sulla did it, seized Rome, executed or exiled his opponents, and then departed for the east to fight Mithridates, leaving Rome in the hands of his supporters. While Sulla was gone, Marius returned, marched on Rome himself, and unleashed a reign of terror against Sulla's faction. Heads of Sulla's supporters decorated the Forum. Marius died shortly after, but his followers continued the purges until Sulla returned from the east in 83 BC with his battle-hardened legions and plunged Rome into civil war. Sulla's return was apocalyptic. He landed in Italy with 5 legions hardened by years of warfare in the east, and the Marian forces, though numerous, could not stand against his veteran soldiers and his cold, methodical brilliance. Battle after battle ended in Sulla's victory, and with each victory, his vengeance grew more comprehensive. At the Colline Gate, just outside Rome itself, Sulla crushed the last Marian army in a desperate nighttime battle where the Republic's future hung on the edge of a sword. When the fighting ended, Sulla instituted something Rome had never seen: the proscriptions. He posted lists in the Forum naming hundreds of his enemies' men whose property was forfeit, whose lives were forfeit, who could be killed by anyone with impunity, and whose killers would receive a reward. Senators, equestrians, wealthy men whose only crime was possessing wealth Sulla's supporters coveted all found their names on the lists. Slaves killed masters. Debtors killed creditors. Sons killed fathers to claim their inheritance early. The proscriptions unleashed not just political terror, but a feeding frenzy of violence and greed. Thousands died. Marcus Marius Gratidianus, a relative of Marius, was tortured to death slowly, his limbs broken, his eyes gouged out, his suffering prolonged as entertainment for Sulla's supporters. When someone asked Sulla how long the killing would continue, he replied that he hadn't decided yet whom to spare. The message was clear. Defying Sulla meant not just death, but the annihilation of your family, the seizure of your property, the erasure of your existence. Yet Sulla did not make himself king or emperor. He had himself appointed dictator and old Republican office used in emergencies, but claimed his goal was restoring the Republic, not destroying it. He passed laws strengthening the Senate, restricting the tribunate, reorganizing the courts, and settling his veteran soldiers on confiscated land throughout Italy. Then, astonishingly, he resigned, retired to his country estate, and died of natural causes in 78 BC, Having demonstrated that one man with loyal legions could do anything in Rome, absolutely anything, and the Republic's institutions could not stop him. Into this world of normalized political violence, of legions loyal to generals rather than the state, of institutions hollowed out and maintained only as theater, Julius Caesar came of age. He was 16 when Sulla's proscriptions began, and his family connections placed him in danger. His aunt had been Marius's wife, and Caesar himself had married the daughter of Marius's ally Cinna. Sulla ordered Caesar to divorce her. Caesar refused, an act of defiance that could have meant death. Caesar fled Rome, hiding in the countryside while friends interceded with Sulla on his behalf. Finally, Sulla relented with a warning to those who had begged for Caesar's life. "Have your way and take him. Only bear in mind that the man you are so eager to save will one day prove the ruin of the party which you and I have so long defended." In Caesar, there are many Mariuses. Whether Sulla actually said this, we cannot know. Ancient historians loved prophetic utterances too much to be trusted on such details. But the sentiment captured a truth. Caesar possessed something dangerous, a charisma and ambition that would not be contained by the Republic's crumbling structures. Young Caesar left Rome for military service in Asia Minor, where he distinguished himself in combat and earned the civic crown, Rome's highest military decoration for saving a fellow soldier's life. He studied rhetoric in Rhodes, was captured by pirates who demanded a ransom of 20 talents, and laughingly told them he was worth at least 50. While waiting for his ransom, he joked with his captors, wrote poetry, exercised, and promised he would return to crucify them all. They thought he was joking. After his release, he raised a fleet, captured the pirates, recovered his ransom, and crucified them, though he mercifully cut their throats first, since they had treated him well. The story, likely embellished in the telling, reveals Caesar's character: charming, confident to the point of arrogance, capable of ruthlessness tempered by calculated mercy, and always aware of how his actions would be perceived and remembered. Caesar understood something fundamental about the late Republic, that power now flowed not from constitutional legitimacy, but from personality, wealth, military force, and the loyalty one could command. He returned to Rome and began his political ascent, using borrowed money to stage spectacular public games that won popular support, defending populist causes that built his reputation while antagonizing the Senate's conservative faction, cultivating useful friendships and alliances. He married 3 times, each marriage calculated to advance his political position, though ancient sources suggest he was genuinely devoted to his 3rd wife, Calpurnia. Caesar allied himself with Crassus, the richest man in Rome, who had made his fortune through slave-worked silver mines, real estate speculation, and a private fire brigade that would negotiate purchase terms while your house burned. Crassus had also crushed the slave revolt led by Spartacus in 71 BC, crucifying 6,000 captured slaves along the Appian Way from Capua to Rome, their bodies left to rot as a warning to any slave who dreamed of freedom. Caesar also cultivated Pompey the Great, Rome's most successful general, who had earned his cognomen by victories in Africa, Spain, and the East. Pompey had cleared the Mediterranean of pirates in just 3 months, using extraordinary powers granted by a grateful republic, then had been given command against Mithridates, whom he finally defeated. Expanding Roman power deep into Asia, Pompey returned to Rome in 62 BC, expecting the Senate to grant his veterans land and ratify his eastern settlements. The Senate, suspicious of his power, refused both. In 60 BC, Caesar brokered an informal alliance between himself, Pompey, and Crassus, the first triumvirate, though they never called it that. It was a private agreement among three powerful men to support each other's interests. Pompey would get his veterans settled and his settlements ratified. Crassus would get favorable legislation for the tax farmers he supported, and Caesar would get the consulship for 59 BC and then a lucrative provincial command where he could build his own military reputation and enrich himself through conquest. Caesar's consulship was a preview of his methods. He ignored his colleague, browbeat the Senate, passed laws through popular assemblies, while armed supporters intimidated opponents, and generally demonstrated that constitutional norms meant nothing when backed by insufficient force. His enemies called him a tyrant. His supporters called him a reformer breaking the Senate's stranglehold on power. Both were right. After his consulship, Caesar received command of Cisalpine Gaul and Transalpine Gaul, northern Italy and southern France, for an unprecedented 5-year term, later extended to 10 years. He was 42 years old, deeply in debt, politically brilliant, but militarily untested beyond youthful service. He needed military glory to match Pompey's, wealth to pay his debts, and loyal legions to protect his political position when he returned to Rome. Gaul offered all three. Gaul was not a single entity, but a patchwork of Celtic tribes, Helvetii, Aedui, Arverni, Belgae, and dozens more, some sophisticated with towns and coinage, others still practicing the old ways of warrior culture and druidic religion. These tribes feuded constantly, forming and breaking alliances, providing Caesar with the pretext he needed. He would intervene to protect Rome's Gallic allies, to defend Gaul from Germanic invasions, to bring civilization to a barbarous land. That these justifications were often manufactured or exaggerated mattered little. Caesar needed a war, and Gaul would provide it. For 8 years, from 58 to 50 BC, Caesar campaigned in Gaul with a ruthlessness masked by elegant prose. He wrote his own account, Commentarii de Bello Gallico, commentaries on the Gallic War, presenting his actions as necessary responses to Gallic aggression or requests from allies. Modern historians estimate that Caesar's campaigns resulted in perhaps 1 million Gauls killed and another 1 million enslaved out of a population of perhaps 3 to 5 million. Entire tribes were exterminated. Cities that resisted were sacked, their populations sold into slavery, the proceeds enriching Caesar and his officers. Yet Caesar's military genius was undeniable. He trained his legions to march faster and farther than enemies thought possible, appearing where he was not expected, winning through speed and surprise as much as through superior tactics. He built a bridge across the Rhine in just 10 days, a feat of engineering that awed both Romans and Germans, marched across it to demonstrate Roman power, then withdrew and destroyed the bridge, the point made. He invaded Britain twice, in 55 and 54 BC, the first Roman general to cross the ocean, as the Atlantic was called, though his expeditions achieved little beyond the propaganda value of having gone where even Alexander had not. The Gauls learned to fear Caesar but also to respect him. He could be mercifully lenient to tribes that surrendered quickly, incorporating their warriors into his auxiliary forces, treating their leaders with honor. But to those who resisted or, worse, rebelled after submitting, he showed no mercy. When the Belgic tribe of the Nervi nearly destroyed his army in a surprise attack, Caesar personally rallied his troops, fighting in the front rank, turning near disaster into victory. His soldiers loved him for sharing their dangers, for remembering their names, for enriching them with plunder and promising them land upon retirement. In 52 BC, Gaul erupted in a final, coordinated rebellion under a young Arvernian noble named Vercingetorix, who united the tribes in a way no Gallic leader had before. Vercingetorix understood he could not defeat Caesar in open battle, so he adopted a scorched earth strategy, burning crops and settlements to deny the Roman supplies, harassing their foraging parties, avoiding pitched battles. For a time, it worked. Caesar's legions went hungry, his supplies ran low, and the Gauls sensed that the invincible general might finally be beaten. But at Alesia, a hilltop fortress where Vercingetorix concentrated his forces, Caesar demonstrated the engineering prowess and stubborn determination that made Roman arms irresistible. He besieged Alesia with a ring of fortifications, 11 miles of walls, ditches, and traps facing inward to pen the Gauls inside. Then, learning that a massive Gallic relief army was approaching to break the siege, he built a second ring of fortifications facing outward, 14 miles in circumference. Caesar's army, outnumbered perhaps 4 or 5 to 1, was now trapped between Vercingetorix inside Alesia and the relief force outside. The battle that followed was desperate. Gauls attacked from both sides simultaneously, trying to break through Caesar's lines while his legions fought in 2 directions at once, rushing reinforcements from quiet sectors to threaten points, holding by the thinnest margins. Caesar himself rode along the lines, his scarlet cloak marking him out, inspiring his exhausted men to one more effort. When the Gauls finally broke and fled, the siege was won. Vercingetorix surrendered himself to save his starving people, riding out in full armor to lay down his weapons at Caesar's feet. Caesar kept Vercingetorix imprisoned for 6 years, then had him strangled in a Roman prison before Caesar's triumph, the traditional end for defeated enemy leaders. Gaul was broken, subdued, soon to be integrated into the Roman world. Latin would eventually replace Celtic languages. Roman cities would rise where tribal oppida once stood. The conquest of Gaul added territories roughly equivalent to modern France, Belgium, and parts of Germany and Switzerland to Rome's empire, doubling Rome's size and bringing immense wealth and prestige to Caesar. But while Caesar was conquering Gaul, Rome itself was disintegrating. The first triumvirate had always been an unstable arrangement held together by mutual self-interest and family ties. Pompey had married Caesar's daughter Julia, a love match that helped cement the alliance. In 54 BC, Julia died in childbirth, severing that personal bond. The following year, Crassus, seeking military glory to match Caesar and Pompey, invaded Parthia, Rome's great rival in the east, and was catastrophically defeated at Carrhae. Crassus was killed, his son dead beside him, and Rome's legionary eagles captured, a humiliation that would sting for generations. With Julia dead and Crassus gone, only rivalry remained between Caesar and Pompey. The Senate, desperate to check Caesar's growing power, courted Pompey, offering him sole consulship, an unprecedented honor that was constitutionally dubious but politically necessary. Pompey, who had once worked with Caesar, now found himself the Senate's champion against his former ally. The Senate demanded that Caesar disband his legions and return to Rome as a private citizen. Caesar knew that to return without his army meant prosecution, exile, or death. His enemies had never forgotten his consulship or forgiven his success. He made counterproposals. He would lay down command if Pompey did likewise, or if he could stand for consul in absentia while still commanding his legions. The Senate refused. Caesar's choices narrowed to submission or civil war. On January 10th, 49 BC, Caesar stood on the northern bank of the Rubicon, the small river that marked the boundary between his province of Cisalpine Gaul and Italy proper. To cross it with his legion was to invade Italy, to declare war on the Republic itself. According to the historian Suetonius, Caesar hesitated, considering the enormity of what he was about to do, then quoted a Greek phrase, "Alia iacta est," the die is cast. He crossed, and the Republic's final agony began. Caesar crossed the Rubicon with only one legion, the 13th, a calculated risk that demonstrated both his audacity and his understanding of Roman politics. He was not invading with overwhelming force like a foreign conqueror, but rather presenting himself as a wronged Roman, defending his dignity against senatorial tyranny. His soldiers, many of them Gauls he had recruited and trained, followed him not because they loved the Republic, but because they loved Caesar, who had led them to victory and wealth, who had shared their hardships and remembered their names. Panic seized Rome. Pompey, tasked with defending Italy, discovered that his legions were not the battle-hardened veterans he had once commanded, but raw recruits, unreliable and untested. Caesar's advance was swift. Towns opened their gates without resistance, recognizing that Caesar's cause had momentum. Pompey made a strategic decision that many considered cowardice. He abandoned Rome and retreated with the Senate to Greece, where he could raise armies from the eastern provinces that had enriched him, and where his naval superiority would let him control the Mediterranean. Caesar entered Rome unopposed, and the Republic's heart now beat according to his rhythm. He addressed the Senate, what remained of it, with conciliatory words, speaking of clemency and reconciliation, of ending civil strife and restoring normalcy. It was a performance, brilliant in its calculated moderation, designed to contrast his reasonableness with the Senate's flight. Yet when the tribune Marcus Caelius Metellus tried to prevent Caesar from seizing the state treasury, Caesar dismissed him with words that revealed the iron beneath the velvet. "If you annoy me further, young man, I shall kill you. And you know that saying this is harder for me than doing it." Caesar could not linger in Rome while Pompey gathered strength. He turned first to Spain, where Pompey's legates commanded veteran legions. "I go to meet an army without a general," Caesar supposedly said, "so that I can later meet a general without an army." In a brilliant 40-day campaign at Ilerda, Caesar maneuvered Pompey's Spanish legions into surrender without a major battle, demonstrating that military genius involved more than just fighting. It required logistics, positioning, and understanding when not to fight. By 48 BC, Caesar was ready to confront Pompey directly. He crossed the Adriatic despite winter storms, despite Pompey's naval superiority, landing in Greece with a smaller force than advisable and immediately putting Pompey on the defensive. At Dyrrhachium, Pompey nearly destroyed Caesar's army, breaking through his siege lines and inflicting heavy casualties. It was Caesar's first significant defeat, and for a moment, the war's outcome hung in doubt. But Pompey, cautious by nature and mindful of his reputation, did not press his advantage. He withdrew into Thessaly, allowing Caesar to regroup, to summon reinforcements, to recover from disaster through sheer force of will. The two armies finally met at Pharsalus in August 48 BC, on a plain where Pompey held every advantage: superior numbers, better cavalry, a strong position. Yet Pompey's army was a coalition of disparate elements: Senate loyalists, Eastern auxiliaries, Roman legions that had not fought together, led by a general who had not commanded in battle for years. Caesar's army was smaller but unified, hardened by 8 years in Gaul and absolute trust in their commander. When Pompey's superior cavalry threatened to envelope Caesar's right flank, Caesar revealed a tactical innovation he had prepared: A hidden fourth line of infantry, armed with javelins, instructed not to throw them, but to thrust upward at the faces of Pompey's aristocratic cavalrymen. The cavalry, these young nobles unaccustomed to foot combat and unwilling to risk facial scars, broke and fled. Caesar's forces then enveloped Pompey's left, and the battle became a rout. Pompey fled the field, fleeing first to the coast, then by ship to Egypt, seeking refuge with the young pharaoh Ptolemy XIII. Caesar followed with a small force, arriving in Alexandria days later expecting to find his rival. Instead, as Caesar's ship approached the harbor, a boat came out bearing a gift from Ptolemy, Pompey's severed head and his signet ring. Pompey the Great, conqueror of the East, Rome's most celebrated general, had been murdered on an Egyptian beach by advisors who thought killing him would win Caesar's favor. Caesar reportedly wept when presented with Pompey's head, whether from genuine sorrow at the death of his former friend and son-in-law, or from anger that his clemency, which had become central to his political image, had been denied, or simply from the tragedy of seeing a great man reduced to a trophy. He ordered Pompey's murderers executed and gave Pompey's remains an honorable funeral. It was theater, certainly, but theater that mattered in shaping how Romans understood Caesar's character. Egypt in 48 BC was a place where Hellenistic splendor masked internal decay. The Ptolemaic dynasty, descended from one of Alexander the Great's generals, had ruled Egypt for 3 centuries, but was now reduced to ruling at Rome's pleasure. The current crisis involved a civil war between the co-ruling siblings Ptolemy XIII, a boy of perhaps 14, and his older sister Cleopatra VII, who was 21 and had been driven from Alexandria by her brother's advisors. According to legend and with Cleopatra, legend and history blend as seamlessly as they did with Rome's founding. She had herself smuggled into the palace rolled up in a carpet or a linen sack, evading her brother's guards to present herself directly to Caesar. Whether this dramatic entrance actually happened, it captured something true. Cleopatra understood the power of spectacle, the importance of first impressions, and the value of bold action. Cleopatra was not conventionally beautiful by Greek standards. Ancient sources emphasize not her appearance, but her intelligence, her voice, her command of languages, her charm. She spoke perhaps 8 or 9 languages fluently, was educated in mathematics, philosophy, astronomy, and could discuss literature and science with the scholars of the Museum of Alexandria. She was also a shrewd politician who understood that Egypt's independence, such as it was, depended on cultivating powerful Romans. Caesar was 52, Cleopatra 21. The attraction between them, whether political calculation, genuine affection, or some combination, reshaped both of their lives and, eventually, the shape of Rome's empire. Caesar had no political obligation to involve himself in Egypt's dynastic dispute, but he chose to do so, supporting Cleopatra's claim to the throne and embroiling himself in what became known as the Alexandrian War. Ptolemy's forces besieged Caesar in the palace district of Alexandria, setting fire to ships in the harbor, a fire that spread to burn part of the famous Library of Alexandria, though the extent of the damage remains debated. Caesar, with only a few thousand men, held out for months, finally receiving reinforcements that allowed him to defeat Ptolemy's army. Ptolemy drowned fleeing across the Nile, and Cleopatra was restored to the throne, though officially co-ruling with a younger brother, Ptolemy XIV. Caesar stayed in Egypt longer than military or political necessity required, spending months with Cleopatra, reportedly taking a leisurely cruise up the Nile. Cleopatra became pregnant, bearing a son she named Caesarion, Little Caesar, whom Caesar never officially acknowledged but never denied either. For Cleopatra, a son fathered by Rome's most powerful man, secured her dynasty's future. For Caesar, the affair demonstrated that he could do as he pleased, that conventional morality applied to others but not to him. While Caesar lingered in Egypt, the Republic's remaining defenders regrouped. Pompey's sons raised armies in Spain. Pompey's allies fortified North Africa. In Asia Minor, Pharnaces, son of Rome's old enemy Mithridates, took advantage of Roman civil war to reclaim his father's lost territories. Caesar moved with characteristic speed, marching from Egypt to Asia Minor, confronting Pharnaces at Zela in 47 BC and crushing him so swiftly that Caesar summarized the entire campaign in 3 words sent to the Senate: Veni, Vidi, Vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. It was boastful, certainly, but also accurate, and the phrase's rhythmic perfection ensured it would be remembered for millennia. Caesar returned to Rome briefly, then sailed for Africa, where the Pompeian forces had concentrated under Cato the Younger and Metellus Scipio. At Thapsus in 46 BC, Caesar destroyed their armies in a battle where his veterans, enraged by the enemy's use of war elephants and remembering comrades lost in years of civil war, massacred the defeated despite Caesar's orders for clemency. Cato, that stern embodiment of republican virtue who had opposed Caesar for decades, retreated to Utica and, when the city decided to surrender, committed suicide rather than accept Caesar's pardon. He read Plato's dialogue on the immortality of the soul, then fell on his sword. When his wound was discovered and doctors attempted to save him, Cato tore open the wound with his own hands, choosing death over living in Caesar's world. Cato's suicide transformed him into a martyr for the Republican cause, his death more politically damaging to Caesar than his life had been. Caesar, who had planned to ostentatiously pardon his most principled enemy, instead had to write a pamphlet anti-Cato, attacking the dead man's character, trying to diminish a reputation that grew more luminous in death. It was a losing battle. Cato became the symbol of republican virtue destroyed by Caesarian tyranny, his memory a reproach to all who accommodated the new order. One final campaign remained. Pompey's sons had rallied in Spain, raising legions from the fiercely loyal Spanish tribes who remembered Pompey the Great's just governance. At Munda in 45 BC, Caesar faced perhaps his hardest battle, fighting legions that matched his own in training and determination. The battle swayed back and forth, and for a moment, it seemed Caesar's luck might finally fail. But Caesar personally led a charge into the wavering center, and his veterans, who would follow him into the underworld itself, pushed forward until the Pompeian line broke. Pompey's son Gnaeus died in the battle's aftermath. His brother Sextus escaped to fight another day. Caesar returned to Rome, the undisputed master of the Roman world. He had been appointed dictator repeatedly during his absences. The consulship was his whenever he wanted it, and the honors the Senate heaped upon him grew increasingly extravagant. The right to wear triumphal regalia at all times, a golden chair in the Senate, his image on coins, the month Quintalis renamed Julius in his honor our July. His face appeared on coins while he still lived, breaking the tradition that only the dead could be so honored. He was voted the title Imperator as a permanent name rather than a temporary honor. Some senators proposed making him king, though Caesar publicly refused, understanding that the title king remained toxic in Rome even as he accumulated kingly power. Caesar's clemency became famous. He pardoned enemies who had fought against him. restored their property, appointed former Pompeians to high office. It was brilliant politics, demonstrating magnanimity while emphasizing that he alone had the power to grant or withhold mercy, that all careers now depended on his favor. To be pardoned by Caesar was to acknowledge his supremacy more completely than defeat in battle ever could. Yet Caesar's clemency had limits, and his patience with republican forms was wearing thin. He packed the Senate with his supporters, raising its membership to 900, appointing men from Gaul and Spain who owed everything to him. He planned vast projects, draining the Pontine marshes, cutting a canal through the Isthmus of Corinth, building a new forum, reforming the calendar. The Julian calendar he introduced, with minor modifications, is still used today. He planned a campaign against Parthia to avenge Crassus and restore Roman honor in the East. Some reforms were practical and beneficial: debt relief, limits on luxury spending, land for veterans, colonies for the urban poor, extension of citizenship. Others seemed designed to glorify Caesar: statues throughout Rome, temples in his honor, priests dedicated to his worship as if he were a god. The line between honoring a great leader and worshiping a living deity grew dangerously blurred. A faction in the Senate, watching Caesar accumulate divine honors and absolute power, watching republican institutions reduced to theater, decided that clemency was not enough, that restoration was impossible while Caesar lived. Some were principled republicans who genuinely believed they were saving Rome from tyranny. Others were disappointed office seekers or men whose pride could not bear subordination. Some had accepted Caesar's pardon and now repaid mercy with betrayal. They called themselves the Liberators. The conspiracy numbered perhaps 60 senators, but the driving forces were Marcus Junius Brutus and Gaius Cassius Longinus. Brutus was descended from the Brutus who had expelled Rome's last king 5 centuries earlier, a lineage that both inspired and obligated him. Caesar had favored Brutus, possibly believing him to be his illegitimate son from an affair with Brutus's mother, Servilia. The betrayal would cut deepest from him. Cassius was the practical organizer, the man who understood that assassination required planning, secrecy, and the willingness to act. Warnings reached Caesar from multiple sources. Soothsayers told him to beware the Ides of March, the 15th day of the month. His wife Calpurnia dreamed of his murder and begged him not to go to the Senate that day. Friends whispered of plots. But Caesar, whether from courage, fatalism, or exhausted indifference, dismissed his Spanish bodyguard and went to the Senate meeting on March 15, 44 BC, accompanied only by friends and the presumption of his own invincibility. The conspirators surrounded him near the statue of Pompey, deliberately chosen location, the shade of Caesar's rival witnessing his end. One grabbed his toga, the signal to strike. Blades flashed 23 stab wounds, though only one proved fatal. Caesar fought at first, using his stylus as a weapon, but when he saw Brutus among his attackers, he reportedly said in Greek, "Kai su tenon," "You too, child," and ceased struggling. He pulled his toga over his face, preserving dignity even in death, and fell at the base of Pompey's statue. The assassins rushed into the forum, brandishing their bloody daggers, shouting that they had killed a tyrant and restored the republic. They expected cheers, celebration, grateful citizens embracing the return of liberty. Instead, they found confusion and fear. The people fled, uncertain what this violence meant, whether more killings would follow. The Senate meeting dissolved into chaos. And in the silence that followed, the liberators realized they had made a fatal miscalculation. They had killed Caesar, but they had no plan for what came after. Caesar's body lay in the Senate house for hours before slaves carried it home on a litter, one arm hanging down, blood dripping through the streets of Rome. He was 55 years old, had reshaped the Roman world, had written commentaries that students would read for 2,000 years, had loved and been loved, had conquered and been merciful, had broken the Republic while claiming to save it. And his death would prove that political murder solves nothing, that violence begets violence, and that the Republic the liberators thought they were restoring had died long before Caesar's body fell beneath their blades. The assassins had killed Caesar, but had no strategy beyond the murder itself. They had assumed, with the naive confidence of men who confused ideology with reality, that removing the tyrant would automatically restore the Republic, that Romans would instinctively return to constitutional government once Caesar's shadow was lifted. They were catastrophically wrong. The Republic they imagined restoring had been dying for a century, its institutions corroded by wealth inequality, political violence, and the military power of individual generals. Caesar was a symptom as much as a cause, and killing him merely created a power vacuum that ambitious men would rush to fill. Marcus Antonius, Mark Antony, moved first. As Caesar's co-consul and longtime lieutenant, he possessed immediate authority and access to Caesar's papers, funds, and most importantly, his veterans. On the day of Caesar's assassination, Antony hid, uncertain whether the conspirators intended to kill Caesar's supporters as well. But when it became clear the assassination list contained only one name, Antony emerged and began maneuvering with skill that surprised those who had dismissed him as merely Caesar's blunt instrument. Antony negotiated a compromise with the Senate, amnesty for the assassins in exchange for validating all of Caesar's acts and appointments. It seemed reasonable, a path to reconciliation. But Antony understood what the senators did not, that Caesar's funeral would be the true battlefield where public opinion would be won or lost. Caesar's will was read publicly, revealing that he left his gardens beyond the Tiber to the people of Rome as public parks and gave 300 sesterces to every Roman citizen. The people who had feared or tolerated Caesar in life suddenly discovered they loved him in death. His generosity spoke directly to them, bypassing the Senate's abstractions about liberty and the Republic. The funeral was held in the Forum, where Caesar's body was displayed on a golden couch. Antony delivered the eulogy, and whether he spoke Shakespeare's words or not, the effect was similar. He reminded Romans of Caesar's victories, his clemency, his benefits to the people. He read Caesar's will again. He displayed Caesar's bloodied toga, pointing to each tear where a dagger had entered. The crowd's grief transformed into rage. Rioting erupted. The mob hunted the conspirators through Rome's streets. Brutus, Cassius, and the others fled the city, their dreams of being hailed as liberators shattered by the reality that ordinary Romans saw them not as heroes, but as murderers who had killed a benefactor. The conspirators retreated to the provinces where they held military commands, beginning to raise armies, and Rome slid inexorably toward another civil war. Into this volatile situation came an 18-year-old boy whom almost no one considered important. Gaius Octavius was Caesar's great-nephew, grandson of Caesar's sister Julia. He had been studying in Apollonia, across the Adriatic, preparing to accompany Caesar on the planned Parthian campaign. When news of Caesar's assassination reached him, his friends and tutors advised caution, urged him to remain in Greece, to wait and see how events unfolded. But the young Octavius crossed to Italy, gathered what troops he could, and discovered that Caesar's will named him as principal heir and, more importantly, adopted him posthumously as Caesar's son. The boy now called himself Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus Octavian. It was a name that carried magic, that connected him to Caesar's veterans, to Caesar's popular legacy, to the aura of the man who had bestrode the Roman world. Antony, who expected to inherit Caesar's political mantle, dismissed Octavian as a boy playing at politics. Cicero, the great orator who had survived the civil wars through rhetorical genius and careful neutrality, thought Octavian could be used against Antony and then discarded. The young man should be praised, honored, and removed, Cicero privately said, punning on the Latin word taller, which meant both elevated and eliminated. They all underestimated him. Octavian possessed something his youth and slight build concealed, absolute ruthlessness combined with patient calculation, Caesar's strategic brilliance without Caesar's clemency, and an understanding that in the struggle for power, sentiment was a luxury and mercy a weapon to be deployed only when useful. For 2 years, Rome's fate hung in balance between Antony, who controlled Caesar's veterans and held consular authority, the Senate, led by Cicero, who tried to use Octavian against Antony while restoring senatorial governance, and Octavian himself, who played all sides while building his own power base. Octavian allied with the Senate against Antony, then broke with the Senate when they tried to subordinate him. At 19, he marched on Rome with 8 legions, forced the Senate to appoint him consul, decades younger than constitutionally permitted, and then revealed his true intentions. In November 43 BC, Octavian, Antony, and another of Caesar's lieutenants, Marcus Lepidus, met on an island in a river near Bononia and formed the Second Triumvirate. Unlike Caesar's informal arrangement with Pompey and Crassus, this triumvirate was legally constituted, granted dictatorial powers by the cowed Senate for 5 years to restore the Republic. That phrase, now a bitter joke, since everyone understood the triumvirs intended to divide power among themselves and eliminate their enemies. The triumvirs sealed their alliance with a new round of prescriptions, bloodier even than Sulla's. They compiled lists of enemies, rivals, and wealthy men whose property they needed to fund their armies. Somewhere between 100 and 300 senators died, along with perhaps 2,000 equestrians. Property was confiscated, families destroyed. The streets of Rome once again ran with bloodshed for political convenience. Among the proscribed was Cicero, Rome's greatest orator, who had attacked Antony in a series of speeches called the Philippics, comparing Antony to Philip of Macedon, who had destroyed Greek liberty. Cicero tried to flee by sea but was caught by Antony's soldiers. He faced his death with courage, extending his neck for the blade, saying, "There is nothing proper about what you are doing, soldier, but do try to kill me properly." His severed head and hands, the hands that had written words powerful enough to topple governments, were displayed on the rostra in the Forum, and Antony's wife, Fulvia, reportedly pulled out Cicero's tongue and stabbed it with her hairpin, punishing the voice that had denounced her husband. The proscriptions funded the triumvir's war against Caesar's assassins. Brutus and Cassius had fled east, taking control of provinces in Greece and Asia Minor, raising legions from local populations who remembered Roman rapacity and hoped new masters might be gentler. In 42 BC, at Philippi in Macedonia, the armies met. 2 battles decided the outcome. In the first, Brutus defeated Octavian's forces, while Antony crushed Cassius's wing. Cassius, believing all was lost, committed suicide. In the second battle weeks later, Antony and Octavian destroyed Brutus's army. Brutus fled the battlefield and fell on his sword, dying with the recognition that the republic he had killed to preserve was truly dead. Standing over Brutus's body, Antony reportedly covered it with his purple cloak, honoring a worthy enemy. Octavian showed no such sentiment. He had Brutus's head sent to Rome to be thrown at the base of Caesar's statue. Revenge for the father he had barely known, but whose name had given him everything. The triumvirs divided the Roman world. Antony took the wealthy east, where he would raise funds to fight Parthia and restore Roman honor after Crassus's defeat. Octavian took the west, including Italy, where he faced the unglamorous task of settling veterans on confiscated land, a process that dispossessed Italian landowners and bred resentment. Lepidus received Africa, a minor share that reflected his diminished importance. Antony went east, and there, in 41 BC, he summoned Cleopatra to meet him at Tarsus in Cilicia. She had remained neutral during the civil wars after Caesar's death, waiting to see who would emerge victorious. Now she came to Antony, and ancient sources, particularly Plutarch, describe her arrival as theatrical genius. She sailed up the Kidnus River in a barge with purple sails, silver oars, and herself dressed as Venus, surrounded by attendants costumed as Cupids and Graces. It was spectacle designed to overwhelm, to present herself as the equal of any Roman general, as a Hellenistic monarch whose wealth and sophistication surpassed Rome's martial austerity. Antony was 42, a soldier who loved wine, women, and the grand gesture. Cleopatra was 28, experienced in managing powerful Romans, mother of Caesar's son, and desperate to secure Egypt's position in the new Roman order. Their relationship began as political calculation. Antony needed Egypt's wealth to fund his Parthian campaign. Cleopatra needed Roman protection, but deepened into something more complex, combining genuine affection with shared ambition, personal connection with dynastic scheming. They spent the winter of 41 to 40 BC in Alexandria, and Cleopatra became pregnant with twins. Antony returned to Italy to patch up relations with Octavian, whose wife Fulvia had waged war against him, partly from jealousy over Antony's Egyptian liaison. Fulvia conveniently died, and Antony sealed a new alliance with Octavian by marrying Octavian's sister, Octavia, a political marriage that ignored his existing relationship with Cleopatra and the children she was carrying. For several years, an uneasy peace held between Octavian and Antony. The triumvirate was renewed in 37 BC for another 5 years. Antony campaigned against Parthia, achieving modest success, but nothing like the decisive victory Rome craved. He returned repeatedly to Egypt, to Cleopatra, and gradually his behavior became scandalous by Roman standards. He acknowledged the twins Cleopatra had borne Alexander Helias and Cleopatra Selene, and fathered another son, Ptolemy Philadelphus. In 37 BC, he formally married Cleopatra according to Egyptian rites, though his Roman marriage to Octavia was never officially dissolved. Octavian, meanwhile, consolidated power in the West, building his reputation through the victories of his general Agrippa, presenting himself as the defender of traditional Roman values against Eastern decadence. The contrast was deliberate. Octavian as sober Roman, Antony as Oriental potentate seduced by foreign luxury and a scheming foreign queen. The final break came slowly, then all at once, as inevitabilities often do. In 34 BC, Antony celebrated a triumph in Alexandria, not in Rome, where triumphs had been celebrated for centuries, but in Egypt's capital, processing through streets lined with Greek columns, while Cleopatra watched from a golden throne. Worse still, he staged a ceremony called the Donations of Alexandria, where he distributed territories to Cleopatra and their children, Cyprus, Cyrenaica, and parts of Syria to Cleopatra, Armenia to Alexander Helios, Phoenicia to Cleopatra Selene, territories that belonged to Rome, given away as if they were his personal property. Most provocatively, Antony declared Caesarion Cleopatra's son by Julius Caesar to be Caesar's legitimate heir, directly challenging Octavian's adopted status. He proclaimed Cleopatra Queen of Kings and himself her partner in ruling a vast Eastern Empire that would include Rome's richest provinces. Whether Antony truly intended to break with Rome and establish a new Hellenistic empire centered on Alexandria, or whether he was simply honoring his children in a way that seemed reasonable in an Eastern context but scandalous to Roman eyes, we cannot know with certainty. But Octavian ensured Romans interpreted it in the worst possible light. Octavian's propaganda machine worked tirelessly to paint Antony as lost to Roman virtue, enslaved by Cleopatra's seductions, planning to move Rome's capital to Alexandria, intending to make Romans bow before an Eastern queen. Octavian obtained or claimed to have obtained Antony's will from the Vestal virgins who guarded such documents and read it publicly. The will allegedly confirmed Antony's wish to be buried in Alexandria beside Cleopatra and reiterated his acknowledgement of Caesarion as Caesar's son. Whether the document was genuine or forged, its public reading destroyed Antony's remaining support in Rome. In 32 BC, both consuls and perhaps 300 senators, perhaps a third of the Senate, fled Rome to join Antony in the east, believing Octavian's dominance threatened the Republic more than Antony's eastern entanglements. But Octavian controlled the narrative in Italy. He declared war not on Antony, which would have been another civil war, but on Cleopatra, framing the conflict as Rome against a foreign enemy, civilization against Oriental despotism, traditional values against corrupt luxury. It was brilliant propaganda that transformed a struggle between two Roman warlords into a patriotic crusade. The opposing forces gathered in 31 BC. Antony assembled perhaps 500 ships and over 100,000 men at Actium on the western coast of Greece. Octavian and his brilliant Admiral Agrippa approached with perhaps 400 ships and 80,000 men. But numbers told only part of the story. Antony's forces were plagued by disease, desertion, and supply problems. His land army was strong, but his ships were ungainly massive quinquiremes and even larger, vessels designed more for boarding actions than maneuver. Agrippa's ships were lighter, faster, designed for ramming and nobility. The Battle of Actium, fought on September 2, 31 BC, became one of history's decisive engagements, though perhaps not in the way usually imagined. Ancient sources disagree on what actually happened, some suggesting Antony intended to break out and retreat to Egypt rather than fight a decisive battle. Others claiming Cleopatra betrayed him by fleeing mid-battle, forcing Antony to follow. What seems clear is that Cleopatra's squadron of 60 ships broke from the battle line and sailed for Egypt, carrying the war chest, and that Antony followed her, abandoning his fleet and army. The fleet fought on for a time, then surrendered when it became clear Antony had gone. His land army held position for a week, waiting for Antony to return, then accepted Octavian's terms and joined his forces. Actium was less a battle than a dissolution. Antony's cause simply fell apart, his supporters recognizing that fortune had turned definitively against him. Antony and Cleopatra returned to Alexandria, where they attempted to continue resistance, but their position was hopeless. Octavian approached with overwhelming force, and one by one, Antony's remaining supporters abandoned him. In August 30th BC, with Octavian's forces entering Alexandria, Antony received false news that Cleopatra had committed suicide. Devastated, he fell on his sword, the traditional Roman death for defeated generals. But the wound was not immediately fatal, and he lay dying when messengers arrived saying Cleopatra still lived. Antony was carried to Cleopatra's mausoleum, where she had barricaded herself with her treasure. Too dangerous to open the doors with Octavian's troops approaching, Cleopatra and her attendants hauled the dying Antony up through a window using ropes. He died in her arms, his blood staining her robes, and she mourned him as a tragic hero undone by fate and fortune. Cleopatra attempted to negotiate with Octavian, hoping perhaps to preserve her throne for her children, or at minimum to secure an honorable death rather than the humiliation of being paraded through Rome in Octavian's triumph, the traditional fate of defeated foreign rulers. Octavian was polite but non-committal, keeping his intentions deliberately vague while ensuring she remained under guard. On August 10th, 30 BC, Cleopatra died. The official account claimed she committed suicide by inducing an asp and Egyptian cobra to bite her, choosing death by a sacred serpent associated with Egyptian royalty rather than Roman captivity. Modern historians debate whether she actually used a snake or employed poison, whether she acted alone or had help, whether Octavian allowed her suicide or arranged her murder while making it appear self-inflicted. What matters is that Cleopatra controlled her death as she had controlled her life, denying Octavian the propaganda victory of displaying Egypt's queen in chains. Octavian had Caesarion, now 17, old enough to be a rival hunted down and executed. Too many Caesars is not a good thing, Octavian supposedly said, quoting a Greek phrase. But he spared Cleopatra's 3 children by Antony, who were paraded in Octavian's triumph in Rome, then raised by Antony's Roman widow, Octavia. Cleopatra Selene eventually married Juba II of Mauritania and became a queen in her own right, the last flicker of Ptolemaic royal line surviving in North Africa. Egypt became Octavian's personal possession, not a province governed by Senate appointment, but territory belonging to the princeps himself, its immense wealth flowing directly into his treasury. The last Hellenistic kingdom had fallen, and the Mediterranean world acknowledged one master. Octavian returned to Rome in 29 BC for a triple triumph, celebrating his victories in Illyricum, at Actium, and in Egypt. For 3 days, treasures paraded through Rome's streets, gold from Egypt's temples, exotic animals, models of conquered cities, and captive royalty. The wealth was so vast that Octavian gave generous donatives to soldiers and citizens, canceled debts, and still had enough to fund building projects that would transform Rome from a city of brick to a city of marble. More important than the triumph was what followed. Octavian slowly, carefully, systematically dismantled the Republic while claiming to restore it. In 27 BC, he made a grand gesture before the Senate, announcing he was resigning all extraordinary powers and returning the state to senatorial control. It was theater, perfectly staged. The Senate, terrified and grateful in equal measure, immediately begged him to reconsider, conferring on him the title Augustus, meaning revered, sacred, august, and granting him proconsular authority over the provinces containing most of Rome's legions. Augustus claimed he had restored the Republic. In fact, he had created something entirely new, a monarchy disguised as a republic, autocracy masked by constitutional forms, where one man held overwhelming power, but power theoretically granted by the Senate and people, revocable in theory, though not in practice. He held no office that had not existed before, yet he combined multiple powers: tribunician authority, proconsular imperium, control of the army, moral authority as princeps, first citizen, into a position of such dominance that he became in everything but name Rome's first emperor. The Republic was dead. It had been dying for a century, murdered incrementally by the Gracchi's assassinations, by Marius and Sulla's proscriptions, by Pompey and Caesar's civil war, by the triumvirate's dictatorships. But Augustus provided the funeral dignified, respectful, maintaining all the outward forms while quietly burying the substance. Senators still met, consuls were still elected, tribunes still exercised their vetoes, but everyone understood these were performances in a play where Augustus held the only script that mattered. Julius Caesar had tried to rule openly, accumulating divine honors and monarchical trappings until the contradiction between his power and the conqueror republican forms became intolerable, triggering his assassination. Augustus learned from Caesar's murder that Romans could accept autocracy, but not honest autocracy. That one could be king in all but name as long as the name remained sacred. That power exercised quietly was more secure than power flaunted ostentatiously. The Senate that had ordered Caesar's assassination acquiesced in Augustus's autocracy. The people who had once cherished their voting rights barely noticed when those votes became meaningless. The Republic died not with dramatic violence, but with exhausted acceptance, with the recognition that a generation of civil war had proven that Republican institutions could no longer contain Roman ambitions, that the empire required imperial government, that liberty mattered less than peace. And so, as night deepens and your breathing slows, let this chapter close with an image. Rome in 27 BC, transformed from republic to principate, the forum where tribunes once defied kings now hosting speeches praising Augustus, the Senate house where Cicero once thundered against Catiline, now filled with men who owed their positions to Augustus's favor, and somewhere in the palace on the Palatine Hill, a man of 46 years, neither tall nor physically imposing, suffering from chronic ill health, who had nonetheless outmaneuvered every rival, who had transformed himself from Octavian the boy to Augustus the god, who had ended a century of civil war by making himself indispensable, and who would rule for 41 more years, creating a peace so profound that Romans would call it the Pax Augusta, the peace of Augustus, and would forget what the Republic had actually been like, remembering only the idealized version, the dream of shared governance that had never quite matched reality, now slipping softly into history's long sleep. There is a peculiar magic in the moment when exhaustion transforms into acceptance, when a people weary of chaos willingly trade freedom's uncertainties for order's predictable embrace. Rome in 27 BC stood at precisely such a threshold. A century of civil wars, brothers killing brothers, legions marching on their own capital, proscription lists turning neighbors into executioners, had left Romans desperate for something they had nearly forgotten: peace. And Augustus, that careful architect of power, understood that the man who could deliver peace would be forgiven almost anything, even the quiet murder of the Republic itself. Augustus was 46 when he took his new name, but he looked older, aged by 2 decades of war, political intrigue, and the constant vigilance required to survive in an era when allies became enemies with the changing wind. He was not physically imposing, slightly built, often ill, suffering from ailments that would plague him throughout his life. His strength was not martial but mental, a patience and calculation that allowed him to play the longest games, to wait while others exhausted themselves, to appear moderate while being utterly ruthless, to seem reluctant about power while grasping it more completely than any Roman before him. The genius of Augustus lay in understanding that Romans needed the fiction of the Republic more than they needed its reality. He maintained the Senate, held regular elections for magistrates, served as consul himself in the early years, and repeatedly claimed he was merely the first among equals, the princeps' first citizen. Yet he also held tribunician power that made his person sacrosanct and gave him veto authority over any action, commanded virtually all the legions through his control of the major provinces, possessed imperium maius, authority superior to all other governors, and gradually accumulated religious offices, including Pontifex Maximus, chief priest of Rome's state religion. No single power made him autocrat. Their combination made him indispensable. And because he claimed to hold these powers temporarily at the Senate's pleasure, because he periodically offered to resign and was always begged to continue, the fiction could be maintained. Rome was still a republic, and Augustus was merely an exceptionally capable citizen serving the state in its hour of need. That this hour of need extended for over 4 decades, that no mechanism existed to challenge his authority, that his adopted name meant revered one and suggested something more than human, these contradictions were politely overlooked by a people exhausted by war and grateful for peace. Augustus set about transforming Rome with the same patient calculation he had applied to accumulating power. He found Rome a city of brick, he would later boast, and left it a city of marble. This was not mere vanity, but policy. The transformation of Rome's physical appearance projected stability, permanence, confidence in the future. Where wooden tenements had stood, fire hazards where the poor crowded in darkness, Augustus sponsored construction of apartment blocks with better materials and fire prevention. Where the Forum had been cluttered with temporary structures and statues celebrating long-forgotten victories, Augustus cleared spaces and created new forums. Eventually, 5 would bear the names of emperors that provided room for Rome's swelling population to gather, trade, and conduct the business of empire. He restored 82 temples that had fallen into disrepair during the civil wars, signaling a return to piety, to proper relations with the gods, to the moral foundations that conservatives believed had made Rome great before corruption set in. The Temple of Mars, Altar Mars, the Avenger, rose in Augustus's new forum, commemorating his vengeance on Caesar's assassins, but also establishing Mars as protector of the new order. The Era Passus Augusta altar of Augustan peace was consecrated in 09 BC, a magnificent monument whose marble reliefs depicted Augustus, his family, and senators in solemn procession, surrounded by imagery of abundance and prosperity flowing from the peace Augustus had secured. This altar is worth pausing over, for it encapsulated Augustus's vision with unusual clarity. Peace was not absence of war, but positive abundance, crops growing, children thriving, civilization flourishing under benevolent order. The reliefs showed no battles, no defeated enemies, no violence at all, only dignity, piety, family, and the natural world in harmonious balance. It was propaganda, certainly, but propaganda so beautiful, so appealing in its vision of what Rome could be, that it became a truth Romans chose to believe. Augustus understood that empire required not just military force but ideological coherence, a story Romans could tell themselves about why their dominion was just, beneficial, and ordained by fate. He commissioned Virgil to write an epic that would be to Rome what Homer's epics were to Greece. The result was the Aeneid, the story of Aeneas fleeing Troy's destruction and eventually founding the line that would establish Rome. Virgil died before completing it, asking on his deathbed that it be burned, but Augustus ensured its publication. The Aeneid gave Romans a mythological ancestry connecting them to the heroic age of Greece, portrayed Roman expansion as destiny fated by the gods, and, most importantly, presented Augustus himself as the fulfillment of Rome's divine purpose. In Book 6, Aeneas visits the underworld and sees a vision of Rome's future, including a figure described in terms that unmistakably identified Augustus. "This is he. This is the man whom you have heard promised so often, Augustus Caesar, son of the divine, who will establish again a golden age in Latium, in those lands where Saturn once reigned." Augustus became not just Rome's ruler, but the agent of cosmic restoration, returning Rome to a golden age of virtue and prosperity that had supposedly existed before corruption took hold. The poets who gathered around Maecenas Augustus's close friend and cultural patron created a literary golden age that matched Augustus's political achievement. Virgil's Aeneid, Horace's odes praising simple living and proper worship of the gods, Ovid's Metamorphoses weaving together Greek and Roman mythology into a cosmological whole, Livy's massive history of Rome from its legendary founding, all were produced in the Augustan age, all contributed to creating a cultural legitimacy for the new order. Not all these poets were uncritical. Ovid's Art of Love, with its sophisticated cynicism about sexual relations and its mockery of traditional morality, annoyed Augustus enough that Ovid was eventually exiled to the Black Sea coast, dying far from Rome for reasons never fully explained, but likely involving both his poetry and some indiscretion involving Augustus's scandal-plagued daughter Julia. Even Virgil, in the Aeneid's tragic moments, Dido's suicide after Aeneas abandons her, Turnus's death begging for mercy that Aeneas denies, suggested that destiny's fulfillment came at a human cost, that duty required sacrificing personal happiness, that empire was built on sorrows as well as glories. Augustus's most enduring achievement was establishing a professional standing army, ending the practice of generals raising legions personally and discharging them when campaigns concluded. He set the legionary strength at 28 legions, later reduced to 25 after a catastrophic defeat, comprising approximately 150,000 Roman citizen soldiers, supplemented by roughly an equal number of auxiliaries drawn from non-citizen provincials. Legionaries served for 20 years, later extended to 25, and upon discharge received either land grants or cash bonuses, paid from a special military treasury Augustus established. This professionalization meant soldiers were loyal to Rome and the emperor who paid them, rather than to individual generals whose ambitions might threaten the state. The legions were stationed on the frontiers along the Rhine and Danube rivers in the north, on the eastern borders facing Parthia, in Spain where tribes still occasionally rebelled, in Egypt guarding Rome's grain supply, in Africa watching the desert's edge. Augustus established a clear principle. The empire had reached its natural boundaries, and Rome's task was to defend what she had rather than endlessly expand. This was partly practical. Further expansion would stretch resources dangerously thin, and partly political, ensuring that no general could achieve the kind of spectacular conquests that had elevated Pompey and Caesar to political dominance. Yet Augustus did pursue selective expansion where strategic considerations demanded it. In the Alps, he subdued tribes whose raids threatened Italy and Gaul, commemorating these victories with the Triplium Alpium, a massive monument at La Turbi listing 45 conquered Alpine peoples. In Spain, his generals finally pacified the Northwest, ending 2 centuries of intermittent warfare. Most ambitiously, he ordered the conquest of Germany up to the Elbe River, planning to create new provinces that would shorten Rome's frontier and bring civilized order to the barbarian tribes. Beyond the Rhine, the German campaigns initially succeeded. Roman legions under Drusus, Augustus's stepson, and later under Tiberius, his eventual heir, pushed deep into Germania's forests, establishing forts and settlements, building roads, imposing Roman administration. For 2 decades, it seemed Germany would become as Roman as Gaul, that Germanic tribes would trade their warrior culture for Roman citizenship, bathhouses, and the rule of law. Then came the Teutoburg Forest. In 09 AD, Publius Quinctilius Varus governed Germania with 3 legions, the 17th, 18th, and 19th. Varus was an administrator rather than a soldier, competent but not brilliant, who believed the region was pacified enough that he could impose taxation and Roman legal procedures. He trusted his Germanic auxiliaries, particularly Arminius, a chief of the Carusi tribe who had served in Roman forces, gained citizenship, and achieved equestrian rank. What Varus did not know was that Arminius had been organizing a rebellion, coordinating multiple tribes who resented Roman occupation, and planning the perfect moment to strike. That moment came in September 9th. AD Arminius reported a distant uprising that required Varus's attention, volunteering to guide the Roman column through the Teutoburg Forest to reach it quickly. Varus, trusting Arminius completely, led his 3 legions into the forest. 20,000 men stretched out along narrow forest paths, the kind of terrain where Roman discipline and organization could not compensate for being surrounded, outnumbered, and ambushed from every direction. For 3 days, Germanic warriors attacked the Roman column in coordinated ambushes. The Romans tried to form defensive squares to maintain cohesion, but in dense forest with rain turning paths to mud, order dissolved into chaos. Officers fell to targeted attacks. Legionaries, burdened with equipment designed for open-field battles, struggled through underbrush, while Germanic warriors, knowing every trail and gully, struck and melted away. Varus, wounded and seeing the disaster unfold, fell on his sword. Some soldiers fought to the last. Others surrendered and were sacrificed to Germanic gods. A few escaped to carry news of the catastrophe back to the Rhine. 3 entire legions, roughly 15,000 soldiers plus camp followers, were annihilated. The legionary eagles, those sacred standards that embodied each legion's honor, were captured. Rome would never again number the 17th, 18th, or 19th among her legions, the numbers permanently retired in shame. When news reached Augustus, the ancient historian Suetonius reports that he was so devastated he would bang his head against doors, crying, "Quinctili Varus, legiones retha. Quinctilis Varus, give me back my legions." The Teutoburg disaster ended Augustus's plans for Germania. Tiberius led punitive expeditions across the Rhine, rescued some prisoners, and recovered 2 of the 3 lost eagles, but Augustus abandoned the dream of permanently conquering Germany beyond the Rhine. The river became Rome's frontier, and the lands beyond remained free Germania, barbarian territory where Roman roads and cities never took root. This decision had profound consequences. Germany never became Romanized as Gaul and Spain did, never adopted Latin languages, and would eventually provide many of the peoples who overran the Western Empire centuries later. The defeat aged Augustus visibly. He was 72 when news of the Teutoburg forest reached him, and though he would live 6 more years, the boundless confidence of his youth was gone, replaced by caution and an awareness of empire's limits. He compiled a document called the Res Gesta Divi Augusti, the deeds of the divine Augustus, a first-person account of his achievements to be inscribed on bronze pillars at his mausoleum. Reading it today, one finds a mixture of genuine accomplishment and selective memory, a document that presents Augustus's reign as unbroken success, barely mentioning setbacks like Teutoburg, emphasizing the peace, prosperity, and territorial expansion he brought, while carefully avoiding any suggestion that he had destroyed the Republic. Augustus's domestic life was considerably less successful than his public career. His marriage to Livia Drusilla was politically crucial. She came from an impeccable aristocratic family and possessed intelligence and dignity. That made her a perfect consort, but produced no children. Augustus had only one child from an earlier marriage, Julia, his daughter, whom he adored but also used as a political pawn, marrying her successively to men he was grooming as potential heirs. Julia's first husband was Marcellus, Augustus's nephew, who died young. Her second was Marcus Agrippa, Augustus's closest friend and greatest general, 30 years Julia's senior, who at least gave Augustus grandsons, Gaius and Lucius Caesar, whom Augustus adopted and groomed as heirs. When Agrippa died, Augustus forced Julia to marry Tiberius, Livia's son from her first marriage, a brilliant general but cold and difficult, who resented being commanded to divorce his beloved wife to marry Julia. The marriage was miserable for both. Julia, trapped in dynastic duty, engaged in increasingly scandalous affairs, not secretly but almost defiantly, as if daring her father to acknowledge that his moral legislation applied to his own family. Augustus had passed laws punishing adultery, encouraging marriage and childbearing, attempting to restore traditional morality after generations of civil war dissolution. When Julia's behavior became too public to ignore, Augustus was forced to act. In 02 BC, he exiled his daughter to a barren island, refusing to see her again, the personal cost of maintaining the moral authority on which his regime rested. Worse was to come. Lucius Caesar died in 02 AD, Gaius in 04 AD, both of illness or injury while serving in the provinces, both young men in whom Augustus had invested his hopes for a smooth succession. With his preferred heirs dead, Augustus reluctantly turned to Tiberius, his stepson, whom he had earlier humiliated by forcing him to yield precedence to the younger Gaius and Lucius. In 04 AD, Augustus adopted Tiberius as his son, making him heir, though with the condition that Tiberius first adopt Germanicus Drusus's son, another potential successor who was younger and more popular. The succession was secured, but awkwardly, built on necessity rather than affection. While Augustus wrestled with succession and suffered personal tragedies, the empire he had created was transforming the Mediterranean world in ways both visible and subtle. The Pax Romana-Roman peace was not merely the absence of major wars, though that itself was revolutionary for a world accustomed to constant conflict. It was the creation of an interconnected zone of commerce, communication, and cultural exchange larger than any before it, bound together by roads, law, language, and the distant threat of legions that could suppress any disturbance. The roads were perhaps Rome's most enduring physical achievement. Augustus had golden milestone placed in the Forum, marking the symbolic center from which all distances were measured, the origin of the saying, "All roads lead to Rome." From that center, paved roads radiated outward, the Via Appia running south to Brundisium, the Via Aurelia along the western coast, the Via Flaminia northward across the Apennines. These roads continued beyond Italy, reaching into Gaul, where the Via Agrippa connected Lugdunum modern line to the Rhine and the Channel. In Spain, roads linked Gades with the Pyrenees. In the east, Roman roads merged with ancient trade routes to create a network spanning from Britain to Mesopotamia. These roads were built to last, constructed with multiple layers, large stones forming a foundation, smaller stones and gravel creating a stable middle, and carefully fitted paving stones on top, slightly cambered to allow water runoff. Milestones marked distances, way stations provided lodging for officials and merchants, and bridges, those soaring stone arches that still stand 2,000 years, later carried roads across rivers and ravines. The road's primary purpose was military, allowing legions to move rapidly to trouble spots, but their effect was economic and cultural. Merchants could transport goods safely across vast distances. Official couriers carried messages and decrees. Ideas, religions, and artistic styles spread along these stone arteries, gradually creating a Mediterranean culture that was distinctively Roman, yet incorporated Greek, Egyptian, Celtic, and countless other influences. The sea routes were equally important. With pirates suppressed and no naval rivals challenging Roman control, merchant ships crisscrossed the Mediterranean Mare Nostrum, our sea, as Romans called it. Grain fleets sailed from Egypt and North Africa to feed Rome's swollen population, which had grown to perhaps 1 million inhabitants. Wine and olive oil traveled from Spain and Gaul. Luxury goods silk from China via Parthian intermediaries, spices from India, incense from Arabia, wild animals for arena games from Africa flowed toward Rome and other wealthy cities. The empire's economy was more integrated than it would be again until the modern era, with goods produced in one province consumed thousands of miles away. This trade required currency, and Augustus reformed Rome's coinage, establishing mints that produced coins of reliable weight and purity, stamped with Augustus's image and propaganda messages. Gold aurei, silver denarii, brass sesterdii, and copper asses circulated throughout the empire, facilitating commerce and spreading Augustus's image into every marketplace and tavern. A farmer in Gaul might never see Rome, but he knew Augustus's face from the coins he used, understood that this distant figure guaranteed the currency's value and maintained the peace that allowed safe trade. The legal system Augustus refined provided another unifying force. Roman law, which had developed over centuries through praetorian edicts and senatorial legislation, offered clear procedures for contracts, property rights, inheritance, and dispute resolution. As Roman citizenship gradually spread, initially restricted to Italy, then extended to provincial elites who proved their loyalty, more people gained access to Roman law, which was generally more predictable and less arbitrary than local systems. The notion that written law should apply equally to all citizens, that arbitrary power should be constrained by legal procedures, that even emperors operated within, if at the upper limits, of legal frameworks. These ideas, though imperfectly realized in practice, would influence Western legal tradition for millennia. Latin spread along the roads, in the army camps, through administrative documents, gradually becoming the common language of the Western Empire, even as Greek remained dominant in the East. A merchant from Gaul could communicate with a merchant from Spain using Latin. Provincial aristocrats sent their sons to Rome to study rhetoric and law, returning home speaking Latin, adopting Roman dress and customs, building Roman-style houses with mosaic floors and frescoed walls. This cultural assimilation was not forced. Augustus understood that willing adoption was more stable than imposed uniformity, but it was encouraged through the grant of citizenship, through honors given to cooperative local leaders, through the tangible benefits of participating in the Roman system. Cities were the engines of this Romanization. Augustus and his successors encouraged urbanization, granting funds for construction, bestowing prestigious titles, establishing colonies where Roman veterans settled and formed nuclei of Roman culture. Even small provincial cities mimicked Rome in miniature, a forum for public business, temples to the Roman gods alongside local deities, a basilica for legal proceedings, public baths where citizens gathered to socialize and conduct business, theaters and amphitheaters providing entertainment, and aqueducts bringing fresh water, that most Roman of engineering achievements. The mastery of water through gravity-fed stone channels that could cross valleys on soaring arches. The baths deserve special attention, for they embodied Roman civilization's distinctive character. Public bathing was not merely hygiene, but social ritual, democratic in a way few Roman institutions were. Rich and poor, senator and freedman, shared the same sequence. The caldarium's hot room with its steaming pools, the tepidarium's warm room for gradual transition, the frigidarium's cold plunge. Baths were exercise yards where men wrestled and played ball games, meeting rooms where business deals were struck, libraries where the educated read and discussed philosophy, and social spaces where friendships formed and gossip spread. To be Roman was to bathe in the Roman manner, and baths appeared wherever Roman culture took root, in North African deserts, in British mists, in Syrian cities, each expressing local variations but all recognizably Roman. Yet beneath this impressive veneer of peace and prosperity, fundamental inequalities and tensions persisted. The empire's economy rested substantially on slavery. Estimates vary wildly, but perhaps 1/3 of the population in Italy and major urban centers consisted of slaves, war captives, children of slaves, victims of piracy or kidnapping, debtors, condemned criminals. Slaves worked the latifundia that produced grain and wine for export, toiled in mines extracting silver and gold, rowed merchant ships and warships, served in wealthy households as cooks, tutors, secretaries, and concubines, built the roads and aqueducts that symbolized Roman engineering prowess. Some slaves lived well educated. Greek slaves in elite households enjoyed better material conditions than free farmers, and manumission was relatively common, creating a class of freedmen who remained obligated to their former masters but could accumulate wealth and even influence. Yet slavery remained slavery. Human beings owned as property, subject to their owner's absolute authority, including the power of life and death, families separated at their master's convenience, their labor extracted without the possibility of refusal. The great slave revolts that had terrorized Italy in earlier centuries did not recur under Augustus. The professional army was too efficient, the distribution of slaves across the empire too dispersed to allow coordination, but the system's inherent injustice remained, though Romans generally accepted it as natural as breathing. The grain dole that Augustus expanded exemplified another tension. To keep Rome's vast urban population docile, Augustus provided free grain to perhaps 200,000 citizens roughly, a fifth of the city's population, along with subsidized grain for others. Combined with increasingly elaborate public games, this created the system later satirized as bread and circuses, keeping the potentially dangerous urban masses fed and entertained rather than rebellious. It was effective politics, but economically problematic. requiring constant imports from Egypt and Africa, discouraging Italian agriculture and creating a dependent urban population that voted, but whose votes carried less and less real meaning. Provincial taxation funded the system. Provinces like Egypt, Africa, and Asia paid tribute that enriched Rome, while their own populations often lived at subsistence levels. Tax collection could be exploitative, particularly in provinces where publicani still bid for collection rights and enriched themselves by extracting more than the official rate. Augustus reformed the worst abuses, establishing salaried imperial officials in provinces he controlled directly, but disparities remained. The empire enriched some successful merchants, compliant local aristocrats, soldiers who retired with land grants, while leaving many others little better off and some worse off than before Roman conquest. Religion under Augustus became both more conservative and more complex, a careful balancing act between traditional Roman practices and the realities of governing a multi-ethnic empire. Augustus presented himself as restorer of ancient piety, rebuilding temples, reviving priesthoods that had lapsed during the civil wars, personally serving as Pontifex Maximus after the death of Lepidus in 12 BC. He encouraged traditional religious festivals, enforced religious obligations, and linked his own authority to divine favor. He was Divi Filius, son of the deified Julius Caesar, suggesting his own semi-divine status without making the explicit claim to divinity that would have offended Roman sensibilities. Yet, Augustus understood that religious uniformity was neither possible nor desirable across the empire's vast diversity. Local cults and gods were tolerated, even encouraged, as long as they did not threaten public order or refuse to acknowledge Roman authority. The solution was syncretism, identifying local gods with Roman equivalents, allowing continued worship while gradually Romanizing it. A Celtic god might become identified with Mars, an Egyptian goddess with Venus, creating a religious landscape where traditional forms persisted but were slowly absorbed into Roman framework. The imperial cult worship of the emperor as divine developed differently in East and West. In the eastern provinces, where Hellenistic rulers had long been worshipped as gods, it was natural for Augustus to receive divine honors. Temples were dedicated to Rama and Augustus, priests performed sacrifices, cities competed to demonstrate their loyalty through elaborate religious observances. Augustus carefully permitted this in the provinces while discouraging it in Italy itself, where memories of the Republic made explicit kingship or divinity claims dangerous. The distinction was subtle but important. Provincials could worship Augustus as a god, while Romans honored his genius, his divine spirit, and acknowledged his unique position without quite calling him divine. This religious framework would prove crucial when new religions arose challenging Rome's pluralistic tolerance. Judaism was recognized as an ancient ancestral religion, granted special privileges including exemption from emperor worship and military service on the Sabbath. Jews could maintain their strict monotheism while remaining loyal subjects, and though tensions existed, particularly in Alexandria, where Greeks and Jews clashed regularly, the system generally accommodated Jewish difference. A new sect arising from Judaism, following a Galilean prophet named Jesus who was crucified by Pontius Pilate during Tiberius's reign, would test this tolerance more severely, though during Augustus's lifetime Christianity was too small to register on imperial awareness. Augustus's personal piety seemed genuine, though always politically calibrated. He consulted auguries before major decisions, participated in religious ceremonies with apparent sincerity, and attributed his success to divine favor rather than personal brilliance, a modesty that was itself politically astute. After his death, witnesses claimed to see an eagle rising from his funeral pyre, carrying his soul to heaven. Whether they truly saw it or were encouraged to see it mattered less than the establishment of precedent. Emperors could become gods, joining the divine pantheon. Worshipped alongside Jupiter and Mars, the provinces varied enormously in their degree of Romanization and their satisfaction with Roman rule. In Gaul, conquest had been recent and brutal under Caesar. Yet within 2 generations, Gallic aristocrats were sending sons to Rome for education, adopting Roman names, building villas in Roman style, and competing for Roman citizenship. The city of Lugdunum became a showpiece of Gallic Romanization, site of the Altar of the Three Gauls, where representatives from 60 Gallic tribes gathered annually to demonstrate loyalty and air grievances. Gallic chieftains became Roman senators, their grandsons forgetting they had ever been anything but Romang. Spain had been under Roman control longer and was, correspondingly, more Romanized, its southern regions as Romang as Italy itself. The city of Emerita, Augusta modern Merida, boasted a theater seating 6,000, an amphitheater for gladiatorial games, aqueducts, a bridge, and temples, all constructed under Augustus's patronage. Spain would eventually give Rome several emperors, including Trajan and Hadrian, evidence of how thoroughly provincial elites could become Romang. Britain remained beyond the empire during Augustus's reign. Julius Caesar had invaded twice but established no permanent presence, and Augustus, after considering invasion, decided the island offered insufficient reward for the cost of conquest. Britain would wait until Claudius's reign to be incorporated, remaining always a frontier province, expensive to garrison, its northern reaches never fully subdued. In the east, the situation was more complex. Greece had been under Roman control since the mid-2nd century BC, but culturally, Rome had been conquered by Greece. The educated classes spoke Greek, studied Greek philosophy, collected Greek art, and modeled their literature on Greek predecessors. Greek cities maintained their constitutions and cultural institutions, functioning as semi-autonomous entities within the empire, honored for their glorious past, even as they acknowledged Roman military and political supremacy. Egypt was unique, governed as Augustus's personal domain, its pharaonic traditions continuing under Roman administration. The grain fleets sailing from Alexandria to Rome carried not just food, but wealth that made Egypt the empire's richest province. Roman administrators adopted pharaonic titles and iconography, presented themselves in Egyptian temples as legitimate successors to the Ptolemies, maintaining continuity while extracting resources to feed Rome's masses and fund imperial projects. The eastern frontier faced Parthia, Rome's only near-peer competitor, a vast empire stretching from the Euphrates to India, ruled by the Arsacid dynasty from their capital at Ctesiphon. Parthia had defeated Crassus at Carrhae, captured Roman eagles, and represented a standing challenge to Roman prestige. Augustus achieved through diplomacy what Crassus and Antony had failed to win militarily. In 20 BC, Parthia returned the eagles captured at Carrhae and recognized Roman client kings in Armenia. It was presented as a great diplomatic victory, commemorated on coins and monuments. Though in reality it was a compromise, Parthia kept her independence, and the eastern frontier remained a zone of contested influence where client states shifted allegiance and both empires maneuvered for advantage. Daily life for ordinary Romans during Augustus's reign varied tremendously by class and location. In Rome itself, the wealthy lived in spacious domus townhouses built around courtyards, decorated with frescoes and mosaics, equipped with private bathhouses staffed by dozens of slaves. Their days involved morning receptions where clients sought favors, afternoons at the baths, or conducting business in the forum. Evenings spent at elaborate dinner parties where courses succeeded each other with studied luxury, accompanied by entertainment from musicians, dancers, and poets. The urban poor lived in insular multi-story apartment blocks that could rise 5 or 6 stories, built cheaply, prone to fire and collapse, cramped and noisy. A family might occupy a single room, cooking on portable braziers that filled rooms with smoke, fetching water from public fountains, using public latrines since most apartments lacked plumbing. Yet even the poor could attend the baths for minimal fees, receive the grain dole if registered, and enjoy free entertainment at the Circus Maximus, where chariot races enthralled hundreds of thousands, or at gladiatorial games in the Colosseum. Though Augustus's Colosseum was not yet built, and games were held in temporary wooden structures or existing theaters. In the countryside, life remained tied to agricultural rhythms that had changed little for centuries. Small farmers, those who still existed after generations of consolidation, worked their plots with family labor, growing wheat or barley, tending olive groves or vineyards, raising pigs and chickens. Their lives were precarious, dependent on weather, vulnerable to bad harvests, taxation, and the demands of military conscription that could take sons at crucial planting or harvest times. Many had already lost their land, become tenant farmers on estates owned by wealthy Romans, or migrated to cities seeking opportunities that often proved illusory. The great estates latifundia dominated agricultural production in many regions, particularly southern Italy, Sicily, and North Africa. These were worked primarily by slave gangs supervised by overseers, producing cash crops for export, grain for Rome's markets, wine for provincial armies, olive oil shipped throughout the empire. Some estates were efficiently managed, their owners viewing them as economic investments to be optimized. Others were absentee holdings, owned by senators who lived in Rome and barely knew the location of their properties, managed by freedmen or slaves who enriched themselves through corruption while the estate slowly declined. Education varied as dramatically as living conditions. Elite children, boys primarily though some girls received education, learned reading and writing from private tutors, often educated Greek slaves. They studied grammar, rhetoric, the art of persuasive public speaking that remained essential for political and legal careers, and perhaps some Greek philosophy, mathematics, and literature. By their teens, promising students might study with renowned rhetoricians, learning to compose speeches, argue both sides of a question, and master the elaborate style valued in courts and senate. For the vast majority, education was minimal or non-existent. Children of farmers learned farming, children of craftsmen learned crafts, passed down through family tradition and apprenticeship. Literacy rates were perhaps 20 to 30% among men in cities, much lower in the countryside, and lower still among women and slaves, though again, educated slaves could be more literate than free farmers. The lack of universal education did not prevent cultural transmission. Oral tradition, religious festivals, public readings, theatrical performances, and the ubiquitous public monuments with their inscriptions and imagery all educated the illiterate in Roman values, myths, and expectations. Gender roles remained strictly defined, at least in theory. Women of all classes lacked political rights. They could not vote, hold office, or serve in the military. Legally, they remained under the authority of their fathers or husbands, needing male guardians for many legal transactions. Yet practice was more complex than theory. Wealthy women managed estates, influenced political decisions through their husbands and sons, patronized artists and poets, and sometimes achieved significant public prominence. Livia, Augustus's wife wielded enormous influence, advised her husband on policy, and after his death would be deified, worshipped as Diva Augusta. Lower-class women worked they had to, since survival required it. They worked in shops and markets, in textile production, as midwives and wet nurses, in taverns and on farms. Prostitution was legal and common, with brothels found in every city and many towns. Their workers ranging from independent courtesans who could accumulate wealth to enslaved women who had no choice in their circumstances. Roman morality distinguished sharply between respectable matrons who were expected to be chaste, modest, and devoted to family, and other women whose sexuality could be exploited without moral qualms. Augustus's moral legislation attempted to reinforce traditional family structures which he believed essential to social stability. The Lex Julia de Maritandis Ordinibus penalized celibacy and childlessness among the upper classes, offering tax advantages and political privileges to men who fathered 3 or more children. The Lex Julia de Adulterius made adultery a criminal offense, not just a private family matter, and could result in exile or worse. These laws were controversial, seen by many as intrusive, difficult to enforce, and hypocritical given Augustus's own family scandals. Yet they reflected genuine concern that declining birth rates among Roman citizens, coupled with massive importation of slaves, threatened the character of Roman society. The entertainment that filled Romans' leisure time reflected both their sophistication and their brutality. Theater remained popular, though now it was primarily pantomime and comedy rather than the serious tragedies of Greek tradition. Pantomime performances featured a single actor miming a story, often mythological, while a chorus sang accompaniment and musicians played, an art form that could be remarkably moving, capable of reducing audiences to tears or inspiring them to ecstasy. Chariot racing obsessed Romans across all classes. The Circus Maximus, expanded to hold perhaps 150,000 spectators, hosted races nearly every festival day. 4 factions, the Reds, Whites, and Greens, competed, each with passionate followers who identified with their faction as modern sports fans do with teams. Successful charioteers became wealthy celebrities, famous throughout the empire, their victories commemorated in mosaics and graffiti. Races where dangerous chariots overturned at the tight turns, horses collided, drivers were thrown and trampled, and this danger was part of the appeal, skill, and courage tested in every race. Gladiatorial games satisfied a darker fascination. These contests, originally associated with aristocratic funerals, had become public spectacles where trained fighters, usually slaves or condemned criminals, though occasionally free volunteers, fought each other or wild animals for the crowd's entertainment. Augustus regulated the games, limiting their frequency and expense, concerned that ambitious politicians were bankrupting themselves to curry popular favor. Yet he also recognized their utility, staging elaborate spectacles, including a naval battle in a flooded basin where thousands of fighters reenacted historical sea battles, many dying for the crowd's amusement. Modern sensibilities recoil from gladiatorial games' brutality, from crowds cheering as men killed each other, from the casual acceptance of death as entertainment. Romans justified it as courage on display, as criminals and slaves earning glory even in death, as training citizens to face violence unflinchingly. But even Romans debated the game's morality. Seneca, writing later, described leaving the arena disgusted, feeling he had become crueler by watching. The games revealed a society simultaneously highly civilized and casually brutal, capable of engineering marvels and philosophical sophistication while treating human life as disposable spectacle. As Augustus aged into his 70s, his health increasingly fragile, the question of succession dominated political calculation. Tiberius, adopted as son and heir, governed capably, led successful campaigns in Illyricum and Germany, and possessed obvious competence. Yet he was also dour, uncommunicative, suspicious, and deeply unpopular compared to Germanicus, Drusus' charismatic son, whom Tiberius had been forced to adopt. The succession was secure in form but unstable in substance, dependent on Augustus's continued life to maintain balance. Augustus spent his final years increasingly in retirement, visiting his villa at Capri, avoiding Rome's political tensions, watching the empire he had created function with the smooth inevitability of a well-designed machine. He revised his will, prepared his res gesta, and contemplated his legacy. In August 14th AD, while traveling through southern Italy, he fell seriously ill at Nola. Livia was summoned. Tiberius rushed from Illyricum, arriving either just before Augustus died or, as some whispered, just after Livia had concealed the death until Tiberius could secure power. Augustus's last words were reported variously by different sources. Some claimed he asked friends if he had played his part well in the comedy of life, seeking their applause like an actor leaving the stage. Others said he simply asked Livia to remember their marriage, then died in her arms. The accounts differ, but both captured something true about Augustus: that he understood politics as performance, that he had played his role brilliantly for over 50 years, and that he left the stage having transformed Rome from republic to empire, from chaos to order, from brick to marble. The Senate, as expected, voted to deify Augustus, making him Divus Augustus, the divine Augustus, worthy of temples, priests, and religious observances. Tiberius became emperor, though he avoided the title, preferring princeps like his predecessor, and the transition occurred without civil war, without military coups, without the violence that had accompanied every major political shift for a century. This peaceful succession was itself Augustus's greatest achievement. He had made autocracy hereditary, transformed personal authority into institutional permanence, and convinced Romans that empire was not an aberration but the natural order of things. The empire Augustus left behind was stronger, richer, more stable, and more culturally unified than the republic he had inherited. His reforms touched every aspect of Roman life: military organization, provincial administration, urban development, religious practice, legal frameworks, cultural patronage. He had established precedents that would guide emperors for centuries: that emperors should maintain republican forms while exercising monarchical power, that competence mattered more than aristocratic birth, that provincial loyalty could be won through local autonomy and economic benefits, that spectacle and propaganda were tools of governance as important as legions and laws. Yet Augustus's legacy contained contradictions and dangers that would haunt Rome for generations. He had created a system dependent on the emperor's personal qualities when emperors were capable. Like Augustus, the system worked brilliantly, but when they were incompetent or mad, like some of his successors, there were no effective mechanisms to remove them without violence. The republic's checks and balances, however inadequate they had proven during the civil wars, had at least provided multiple power centers and the theoretical possibility of peaceful change. The Principate concentrated power so thoroughly in one person that succession became the system's greatest vulnerability. Augustus had also established a template for good emperors that was impossible to maintain consistently. He had worked tirelessly, attended to minute administrative details, projected modesty while exercising absolute authority, and lived long enough, 41 years in power, to shape institutions thoroughly. Few successors could match his combination of political genius, administrative competence, and longevity. Many would try to imitate his style while lacking his substance, maintaining the fiction of republican forms while exercising authority more nakedly, treating Senate and people with contempt that Augustus had carefully concealed. The economic system Augustus refined, for all its impressive integration, rested on foundations that would eventually crumble. The empire's wealth flowed toward Rome and other urban centers, enriching elites while provinces often paid more in taxes than they received in benefits. The latifundia system concentrated agricultural land in fewer hands, reducing the free farmer class while increasing dependence on slave labor that could be disrupted by rebellions, wars, or changes in supply. Trade imbalances drained precious metals eastward to pay for luxury goods, silk from China, spices from India, creating eventual currency crises. The military system, professionalized and efficient, created a standing army of perhaps 300,000 men whose loyalty to the empire was tied closely to regular pay, bonuses, and retirement benefits. When the empire's finances weakened, when emperors could not afford to pay soldiers adequately, loyalty became uncertain. And the concentration of legions on distant frontiers meant any general commanding multiple legions possessed the potential to march on Rome, to claim the purple through military force, to plunge the empire back into civil war. Augustus had prevented this through his personal authority and careful management, but the structural vulnerability remained. Socially, Augustus had restored stability, but not equality. The gap between rich and poor, between citizen and non-citizen, between free and slave, remained vast. Augustus's Rome was a society of orders and ranks where birth, wealth, and citizenship determined one's place with rigid clarity. Social mobility existed, freedmen could prosper, provincials could gain citizenship. Soldiers could retire with land, but the fundamental hierarchies remained unchallenged. The slaves whose labor built the roads and aqueducts, worked the estates, served in wealthy households, remained property, and their occasional revolts would be suppressed with exemplary brutality. Yet for all these limitations and contradictions, the Pax Romana that Augustus established was real and profoundly beneficial for millions. A merchant could travel from Spain to Syria without crossing hostile borders, carrying coins that would be accepted everywhere, protected by Roman law, traveling roads that were safe from bandits. Cities flourished as never before, their populations growing, their buildings expressing confidence in peaceful futures. Provincial elites, given paths to citizenship and status, generally chose cooperation over rebellion, finding prosperity in the Roman system. Art, literature, philosophy, and science advanced, supported by imperial patronage and the leisure that peace provided. The Roman poor received bread and circuses, stability if not prosperity, and for many this was better than the famines and violence that had characterized earlier eras. The empire's subjects, whether they identified as Romang or not, generally experienced 1st and 2nd centuries AD as a golden age, a time when travel was safe, goods were abundant, justice was relatively predictable, and the future seemed secure. Later generations, experiencing the empire's decline, would look back on the Augustan age and the Antonine dynasty that followed as a lost paradise, a time when Rome's power seemed eternal and her peace unbreakable. Augustus had transformed not just Rome but the very concept of empire. Previous empires, Persian, Macedonian, Carthaginian, had been military dominions held by force, their subjects always potentially rebellious, their existence dependent on constant military success. Augustus created something more subtle and enduring, a system where conquered peoples gradually adopted the conqueror's culture voluntarily, where provincial elites identified their interests with Rome's success, where citizenship became a prize worth earning rather than a burden imposed. Rome became not just a place but an identity, a civilization one could join regardless of birth, a universal system that claimed to offer peace and justice to all under its authority. This was propaganda. Certainly Roman rule was often unjust. Provincial taxation was exploitative. Roman armies could be brutal, but it was propaganda believed widely enough to become partially true. The idea of a universal empire, a cosmopolitan civilization transcending local identities, a political system claiming to serve humanity's common good. These Augustan concepts would survive Rome's eventual fall, inspiring medieval empires, Renaissance states, and modern nations. The notion that good government should provide peace, prosperity, and justice, that rulers should justify their authority through benefits delivered to the ruled, that empire should be civilizing rather than merely extractive. These ideas, however imperfectly realized in practice, were Augustus's intellectual legacy. As Augustus's funeral procession moved through Rome's streets, carried by senators on a golden bier, passing temples he had restored and monuments he had built, heading toward the massive mausoleum he had constructed to house his remains and those of his family, Romans mourned genuinely. They mourned not just a man, but the passing of an era, the end of a reign so long that few could remember a time before Augustus. They mourned the loss of the father figure who had given them peace after generations of civil war, who had fed and entertained them, who had expanded their empire and beautified their city, who had transformed Rome from one power among many into the power that defined the world. Yet the empire did not fall with Augustus. It continued, adapting to new rulers, facing new challenges, evolving while maintaining the essential structures he had established. Tiberius would rule competently, if unhappily, for 23 years. His successors, Caligula's madness, Claudius's administrative reforms, Nero's artistic pretensions, and eventual tyranny would test the system's resilience. But the empire would endure, would even flourish under capable emperors like Vespasian, Trajan, and Hadrian, demonstrating that Augustus had built not just for his lifetime, but for centuries. The golden age that began with Augustus would last, with interruptions and variations, for roughly 2 centuries, a span of peace and prosperity unmatched in the ancient Mediterranean world. It was not paradise. Slaves suffered. Wars continued on the frontiers. Some emperors were tyrants. Provincial populations often endured harsh treatment. But compared to what came before and what would come after, the Pax Romana represented an extraordinary achievement. A time when human civilization advanced significantly, when millions lived their lives in relative peace, when culture and commerce flourished under a system stable enough to allow long-term planning and sophisticated enough to accommodate tremendous diversity. And so, as night deepens and your breathing slows into sleep's gentle rhythm, hold this final image. Rome in 14 AD, a city of marble gleaming in sunlight, her forums crowded with citizens conducting business, her temples receiving offerings, her roads reaching outward to an empire that stretched from the Atlantic's gray waters to the Euphrates' muddy banks, from Britain's misty highlands to the Sahara's burning sands. An empire at peace, prosperous, confident, unified under one law, one currency, one vision of civilized order. Augustus's empire, his gift and his burden to future generations. built from the Republic's ashes, sustained by human ambition and suffering alike, destined to endure and transform and eventually fall, but in this moment, in this golden age, seeming as permanent as the stars themselves, as eternal as Rome's proudest citizens believed their city to be. Empires do not fall like trees struck by lightning, crashing suddenly from strength to ruin. They erode, slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, like stone worn smooth by water that flows so gently you barely notice its passage until one day you realize the monument has changed, that what seemed eternal was always temporary. That greatness itself is just another season in the endless cycle of rise and fall. Rome's decline began not with barbarian invasions or military defeats, but with small compromises, accumulated weaknesses, problems deferred rather than solved, until the weight of centuries pressed down on institutions designed for a different world, and something had to give. The second century, the age of the 5 good emperors from Nerva through Marcus Aurelius, represented the Pax Romana's zenith, the moment when Rome's power reached its greatest extent and her prosperity seemed most secure. Yet even then, careful observers might have noticed warning signs: population decline from recurring plagues, economic stagnation as easy conquests ended and the empire reached its sustainable limits, increasing pressure on frontiers where Germanic and Persian peoples grew stronger and more organized, a military stretched thin trying to defend borders thousands of miles long, an economy dependent on slave labor that was becoming harder to replenish as expansion ceased. Marcus Aurelius, philosopher-emperor who wrote Stoic meditations while campaigning against Germanic tribes along the Danube, spent most of his reign fighting wars rather than enjoying the peace his predecessors had known. The Antonine Plague, likely smallpox, swept through the empire during his reign, killing millions, perhaps a quarter of the population in affected areas, devastating the army, disrupting trade, and leaving psychological scars as profound as the physical devastation. Marcus Aurelius died in 180 AD, still campaigning on the northern frontier, leaving the empire to his son Commodus, whose incompetence and megalomania revealed how dependent the system remained on the emperor's personal qualities. Commodus believed himself the reincarnation of Hercules, renamed Rome after himself, fought as a gladiator in the arena's scandalous behavior for an emperor, and neglected governance in favor of personal pleasures. His assassination in 192 AD triggered a civil war that exposed another structural weakness. With no clear succession mechanism beyond emperor designating heir, military power determined outcomes. The year of the 5 emperors saw generals from different legions proclaim themselves emperor and march toward Rome, the strongest, Septimius Severus, ultimately prevailing and establishing the Severan dynasty. Severus was competent, a soldier from North Africa who understood that military loyalty determined imperial survival. On his deathbed in 211 AD, he reportedly advised his sons, "Enrich the soldiers and scorn all others." It was cynical counsel but reflective of reality. By the early 3rd century, emperors ruled at the army's pleasure, and armies followed generals who paid them best. The Severans increased military pay substantially, debasing coinage to afford it, beginning an inflationary spiral that would plague the empire for centuries. The 3rd century crisis, beginning around 235 AD, brought Rome closer to collapse than any external enemy ever had. For 50 years, the empire descended into chaos. Perhaps 50 men claimed the imperial title, most ruling briefly before being murdered by their own soldiers or defeated by rivals. Germanic tribes breached the Rhine and Danube, raiding deep into Gaul and even Italy. The Sassanid Persian Empire, which had replaced the Parthians, invaded Syria and Asia Minor, capturing the Emperor Valerian in 260 AD. An unprecedented humiliation, the Roman emperor forced to serve as the Persian Shah's footstool when mounting his horse. The empire fractured. In the west, the Gallic Empire broke away under Postumus, controlling Gaul, Britain, and Spain for 15 years. In the east, Palmyra, under Queen Zenobia, carved out an independent realm encompassing Syria, Egypt, and parts of Asia Minor. The Roman Empire, which had seemed eternal and invincible, suddenly looked mortal, vulnerable, on the verge of disintegration into warring fragments that would never reunite. Plague struck again, the plague of Cyprian, possibly measles or a hemorrhagic fever killing thousands daily at its peak, depopulating cities, disrupting agriculture, weakening armies already stretched desperately thin. Economic collapse accompanied military crisis. Trade routes became unsafe as bandits and raiders proliferated. Cities declined as populations fled to the countryside seeking security. Coinage debased so severely that merchants refused payment in official currency, preferring barter or old coins hoarded from better times. The tax system partially collapsed as provinces could not pay, as collectors fled, as whole regions slipped beyond imperial control. Why did the crisis happen? No single cause explains it, but rather a convergence of pressures. The empire had reached its sustainable limits, could expand no further, and an economy built on conquest and plunder could not adapt to static borders. The administrative system designed for the Augustan Principate could not handle the military emergencies now constant on multiple frontiers. The soldier emperors who arose to meet these crises lacked legitimacy, ruled briefly through military force, and focused on immediate survival rather than long-term stability. The Senate, already marginalized, became irrelevant. The cities, which had been engines of Romanization and prosperity, declined as insecurity and economic disruption made urban life precarious. Yet Rome did not fall in the 3rd century. A series of soldier emperors, Aurelian, Probus, and others, fought back tenaciously, reuniting the empire piece by piece, defeating Germanic invaders, pushing back the Persians, restoring some semblance of order. Aurelian earned the title Restorer of the World for reconquering the Gallic and Palmyrene empires, though he had to abandon Dacia, the province north of the Danube that Trajan had conquered, as indefensible, the first major territorial loss in centuries. The crisis taught hard lessons, and the emperors who emerged from it understood that the old system could not simply be restored. The empire that Diocletian took control of in 284, fighting his way to power as so many had before him, was fundamentally different from Augustus's principate. The fiction that emperors were merely first citizens could no longer be maintained. The Senate's residual authority had evaporated. The empire's problems were too vast, too urgent for the subtle political theater that Augustus had mastered. What Rome needed now was not a princeps but an autocrat, not subtle authority but obvious power, not constitutional legitimacy but effective governance backed by force. Diocletian, a soldier from Dalmatia of humble origins, approached the empire's problems with radical pragmatism. He understood that one man could not effectively govern and defend an empire stretching from Scotland to Sudan, from Portugal to Persia. So he divided it, creating the Tetrarchy rule by 4. 2 senior emperors, called Augusti, would govern east and west, each assisted by a junior emperor, a Caesar who would succeed when the Augustus retired or died. Diocletian ruled the east from Nicomedia in Asia Minor, never visiting Rome, telling sign of where power now resided. His co-Augustus, Maximian, governed the west from Milan, closer to the threatened frontiers than Rome's comfortable distance. The tetrarchy worked, after a fashion, during Diocletian's lifetime. The four emperors coordinated campaigns, responded rapidly to threats on different frontiers, and provided administrative oversight that one man alone could not. Diocletian instituted sweeping reforms. He massively expanded the army to perhaps 600,000 men, doubling its size but also doubling its cost. He divided provinces into smaller units, eventually over 100 provinces, grouped into 13 dioceses, to improve administration and reduce the risk of rebellious governors commanding large territories and armies. He reformed taxation, attempting to create a predictable revenue system based on regular censuses assessing agricultural productivity. The annona, a tax paid in goods rather than debased currency, ensured the army received supplies even when money lost its value. He issued the edict on maximum prices, attempting to control inflation by setting price ceilings on hundreds of goods and services, threatening death for violations. The edict failed. Price controls rarely work when the underlying economic problems remain unaddressed, but it revealed the desperation with which emperors sought solutions to seemingly intractable economic collapse. Diocletian also transformed the emperor's public presentation. Augustus had dressed modestly, walked Rome's streets, maintained the fiction of being accessible. Diocletian draped himself in purple silk embroidered with gold, wore a jeweled diadema, required subjects to prostrate themselves before him, surrounded himself with elaborate court ceremony borrowed from Persian monarchs. He was explicitly Dominus et Deus, Lord and God, no longer pretending to be a Roman citizen who happened to hold authority, but rather an absolute monarch whose power came from divine appointment, whose person was sacred, whose commands were law because he spoke them. This transformation from principate to dominate, from rule by first citizen to rule by lord, acknowledged reality. The constitutional fictions that had made Augustus's autocracy palatable no longer served any purpose. Rome was an empire, needed imperial government, and pretending otherwise wasted energy better spent on survival. The shift was profound, marking the end of any meaningful connection to the Republic, the complete triumph of monarchy that Caesar had died for seeking and Augustus had achieved by concealing. Diocletian's religious policy addressed another perceived problem: Christianity. This new religion, which had grown from a small Jewish sect to a significant minority across the empire, perhaps 10% of the population by 300 AD, challenged imperial ideology in fundamental ways. Christians refused to participate in imperial cult sacrifices, considering them idolatry. They claimed loyalty to a kingdom not of this world, making their ultimate allegiance uncertain. Their bishops created alternative authority structures independent of imperial administration. Their exclusive monotheism rejected the religious pluralism that had allowed the empire to accommodate countless gods and cults. Previous emperors had persecuted Christians sporadically, treating them as scapegoats during crises or punishing them for refusing civic religious duties. Diocletian launched the Great Persecution in 303 AD, the most systematic attempt yet to eliminate Christianity. Churches were destroyed, scriptures burned, clergy imprisoned and tortured, and Christians who refused to sacrifice to Roman gods were executed. In the East, where Diocletian ruled directly, the persecution was fierce and sustained. In the West, under Maximian and his Caesar Constantius, it was enforced less rigorously. The persecution failed. Christianity had spread too widely, established itself too deeply, and the religion's theology turned persecution into witness martyrs whose courage in facing death impressed pagans. Stories of miraculous steadfastness that inspired conversions, a narrative of truth suffering under worldly power that resonated with the oppressed. The persecution produced martyrs but not submission, demonstrated imperial power but not imperial effectiveness, and ultimately convinced many that Christianity could not be destroyed by force. Diocletian retired in 305 AD voluntarily, an almost unprecedented act to his palace in Split on the Dalmatian coast, forcing his co-Augustus Maximian to retire simultaneously. The Tetrarchy's succession plan immediately collapsed. Instead of orderly transition, the empire descended into another civil war as multiple claimants fought for supremacy. From this chaos emerged Constantine, son of Constantius, who would transform the empire even more radically than Diocletian had. Constantine's rise followed the pattern of previous civil wars. He inherited his father's legions in Britain and Gaul, then fought his way toward supreme power, defeating rival after rival. The crucial battle came at the Milvian Bridge outside Rome in 312 AD, where Constantine faced Maxentus, who controlled Italy and Africa. According to Christian sources, Constantine had a vision before the battle, either a cross of light in the sky or a dream in which Christ appeared and was told, "In this sign conquer." Constantine ordered his soldiers to paint Christian symbols on their shields, won the battle decisively when Maxentus drowned fleeing across the Tiber, and attributed his victory to the Christian God. Whether Constantine's conversion was genuine religious conviction or calculated political opportunism has been debated for 17 centuries. Perhaps the question itself is misplaced. Constantine likely believed his victory proved Christianity's God was powerful, worth cultivating, capable of delivering military success. That this belief aligned with political advantage made it more credible, not less. What matters is that Constantine chose to embrace Christianity and, over the next quarter century, gradually transformed it from persecuted minority to favored religion, setting in motion changes that would reshape Western civilization. The Edict of Milan in 313 AD, issued jointly by Constantine and his eastern co-emperor Licinius, granted religious tolerance to all, including Christians. Property confiscated during the persecutions was returned, churches could be built openly, clergy received exemptions from civic obligations. Constantine went further, patronizing the church lavishly, building magnificent basilicas including the original St. Peter's in Rome and the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, presiding over church councils to resolve theological disputes and granting bishops judicial authority in certain cases. The church that emerged from persecution was already developing hierarchical structures, bishops governing cities, metropolitan bishops overseeing regions, and increasing coordination among distant communities through letters, councils, and shared theology. Constantine's patronage accelerated this organization, providing resources and authority that helped Christianity consolidate doctrinally and institutionally. The Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, convened by Constantine, brought together bishops from across the empire to debate the nature of Christ and establish orthodox doctrine against various heresies. The Nicene Creed produced there, declaring Christ fully divine, equal to the Father, became foundational to Christian orthodoxy, though debates would continue for centuries. Constantine's most consequential decision was founding a new capital. Rome, for all its symbolic importance, was poorly positioned for the 4th century's strategic realities, too far from the threatened Danube and eastern frontiers, dominated by a Senate still pagan and resentful of Christianity, burdened by traditions that constrained imperial authority. In 324 AD, having finally defeated Licinius and reunited the empire under his sole rule, Constantine began transforming Byzantium, an ancient Greek city on the Bosporus Strait, controlling access between Europe and Asia, between the Mediterranean and Black Seas, into Nova Roma, New Rome. The city that rose on the Bosporus, officially dedicated in 330 AD, was Christian from its foundation. No pagan temples were built. Churches dominated the skyline. The city's layout mimicked Rome's 7 hills, a forum, a hippodrome for chariot racing, defensive walls, but its architecture and spirit looked toward a Christian future rather than a pagan past. Constantinople, as it quickly became known, was perfectly positioned, close to the Danube frontier, equally accessible to eastern provinces and the Persian front, situated on trade routes connecting Europe and Asia, defended by water on 3 sides, and eventually by the massive Theodosian walls on the landward approach. The founding of Constantinople symbolized a profound shift. The empire's center of gravity had moved east toward the wealthier, more populous, more urbanized Greek-speaking provinces. Rome herself, the eternal city, began a long decline into relative irrelevance, her population shrinking, her political importance diminishing, her status increasingly ceremonial rather than substantive. The Senate met, consuls were appointed, but real power resided wherever the emperor was, and emperors now preferred Constantinople or Milan or Trier cities closer to frontiers where wars were fought and loyalty secured. Constantine died in 337 AD, finally baptized on his deathbed, having ruled for over 30 years and transformed the empire in ways Augustus would barely have recognized. His sons divided the empire among themselves, then fought civil wars for supremacy. The pattern seemed inescapable, as if civil war were Rome's natural state and peace merely an interlude. Julian, Constantine's nephew, who briefly ruled 361 to 363 AD, attempted to reverse the Christianization, promoting paganism and limiting Christian privileges. He was called the apostate by Christian writers who ensured his posthumous reputation suffered for his apostasy. Julian's early death fighting Persians ended paganism's last imperial champion, and Christianity's ascendancy continued uninterrupted. Theodosius I, ruling 379 to 395 AD, completed Christianity's triumph by making it the empire's official religion. The Edict of Thessalonica in 380 AD declared Nicene Christianity the empire's sole legitimate faith, ordering all subjects to embrace it. Pagan sacrifices were forbidden. Temples were closed or converted to churches. The Olympic Games, held for over 1,000 years in honor of pagan gods, were abolished. Christianity transformed from persecuted minority to persecuting majority in less than a century, a reversal so complete that within generations, Romans struggled to remember their pagan past. The conversion's effects rippled through every aspect of Roman life. Bishops became powerful figures, advising emperors, managing church wealth, administering charity that state institutions increasingly failed to provide. Monks and hermits, Christians who withdrew from the world seeking spiritual perfection through prayer, fasting, and asceticism, became new heroes, replacing the warriors and statesmen of earlier eras. Theology became intensely important, with fierce debates over Christ's nature, the Trinity, the relationship between church and state, producing schisms and heresies that sometimes split entire regions from imperial orthodoxy. The Church also preserved learning. As the Western Empire declined and secular education faltered, monasteries became repositories of knowledge. Scriptoria, where monks copied classical texts alongside religious works, libraries where philosophy and science survived the chaos. We owe the preservation of much classical literature to Christian monks who copied texts they often disapproved of theologically but valued culturally, maintaining a thread of continuity between ancient and medieval worlds. Yet Christianity could not solve the empire's fundamental problems, could not reverse population decline or economic stagnation, could not make the frontiers secure or the army affordable, could not bridge the widening gap between prosperous East and struggling West. The division between Greek East and Latin West, always present culturally, was becoming political reality. The empire was too large, too diverse, too threatened on too many fronts to function as a single unit. Theodosius I was the last emperor to rule the entire empire. When he died in 395 AD, he divided it between his sons. Arcadius received the east with Constantinople as capital, Honorius the west with Milan, later Ravenna, as capital. The division was intended as administrative convenience, not permanent partition. The empire remained theoretically one, but in practice, East and West increasingly functioned independently, pursuing separate policies, facing different threats, and gradually diverging in character, prosperity, and fate. The Western Empire in 400 AD was weaker than the East in almost every measure. Its population was smaller and declining. Its cities were less numerous and less wealthy. Its economy was more agricultural, less commercialized. Its military frontiers were longer and more pressured. The Rhine and Upper Danube faced increasingly organized Germanic peoples, Goths, Vandals, Franks, Alemanni, Saxons, who had learned Roman military tactics, formed larger political confederations, and sensed Rome's weakness. Controlling the Western army, and thereby the Western emperor, was Stilicho, a general of Vandal origin, brilliant but ultimately helpless to reverse forces beyond any individual's control. The 4th century's end brought a catastrophe that shattered whatever illusions remained about Roman invincibility. The Huns, a nomadic people from the Eurasian steppes, swept westward with a ferocity that terrified even hardened warriors. Their composite bows, fired from horseback with devastating accuracy, could pierce Roman armor at distances beyond Roman javelin range. Their mobility allowed them to appear, attack, and vanish before ponderous infantry formations could respond. Most terrifying was their sheer otherness. They looked different, fought differently, organized society differently, seemed barely human to Romans who encountered them. The Huns' westward pressure pushed Gothic peoples themselves no strangers to warfare against Rome's frontiers. In 376 AD, Gothic refugees, fleeing the Huns and facing starvation, begged permission to cross the Danube and settle inside the empire as foederati federated, allies who would farm frontier lands and provide military service in exchange for protection and supplies. The Eastern Emperor Valens agreed, but Roman officials exploited the desperate Goths, selling them food at extortionate prices, even trafficking Gothic children into slavery in exchange for dog meat. The Goths rebelled, their desperation transforming into rage. In 378 AD at Adrianople, Gothic forces destroyed the Eastern Roman army and killed Emperor Valens himself. It was Rome's worst military disaster since Cannae 6 centuries earlier, but with a crucial difference. Hannibal had been an external enemy whose defeat ended the threat. The Goths were inside the empire, and no victory could expel them. They were not raiders seeking plunder and withdrawal, but people seeking land, security, and dignity, willing to fight for it indefinitely. Theodosius negotiated a settlement allowing Goths to settle in the Balkans, maintaining their own leaders and laws, providing military service to Rome. It was pragmatic, but established a dangerous precedent. Autonomous barbarian groups living inside the empire, Rome's authority over them theoretical rather than actual. The Western Empire faced similar pressures. Germanic peoples crossed the Rhine and settled in Gaul, some as foederati, others simply occupying land Rome could not defend. Their leaders owing nominal allegiance to Rome while exercising practical independence. The traditional view of Rome's fall envisions waves of barbarians destroying Roman civilization. Reality was more complex and gradual. Many barbarians had lived near Rome's borders for generations, trading with Romans, learning Latin, converting to Christianity, often the Arian Christianity that Rome considered heretical, but was Christianity nonetheless. Young Germanic men served in Roman armies, rising to high command, their loyalty to Rome sometimes genuine. What was happening was not invasion in the traditional sense, but migration, settlement, and the gradual transformation of the empire from a Roman state ruling barbarian subjects to a hybrid, Romano-barbarian world where authority was negotiated rather than imposed. But this transformation was peaceful only in comparison to worse alternatives. On the last day of 406 AD, the Rhine froze solid. Germanic peoples, Vandals, Alans, Suevi crossed in massive numbers, entering Gaul and meeting minimal resistance. The Rhine frontier, held for 4 centuries, simply collapsed. These peoples moved through Gaul into Spain, carving out territories, their very presence revealing that Rome could no longer defend even her core provinces. In 410 AD, the impossible happened. Rome was sacked. Alaric, leader of the Visigoths, who had been Roman allies, enemies, and uneasy partners for decades, besieged Rome 3 times. When negotiations failed and grain supplies were cut off, Alaric's forces entered the city through the Salarian Gate, possibly betrayed by someone inside. For 3 days, Visigoths looted the Eternal City. They respected churches, limited atrocities, and the death toll was modest by ancient standards, but symbolically the damage was incalculable. Rome had not been captured by foreign enemies since the Gauls sacked it 8 centuries earlier. The shock rippled across the Mediterranean world. Jerome, translating the Bible in distant Bethlehem, wrote, "The city which had taken the whole world was itself taken." Pagans blamed Christianity, arguing that abandoning the old gods had cost Rome divine protection. Augustine of Hippo responded by writing The City of God, arguing that earthly cities rise and fall according to God's inscrutable plan, that Christians' true citizenship was in heaven, that Rome's fall, if it was truly falling, should not shake faith in eternal verities. But Rome did not fall in 410 AD. Alaric withdrew from the city, died shortly after, and his Visigoths eventually settled in Aquitaine and Spain as foederati, nominally subject to Rome but effectively independent. The Western Emperor Honorius, safe in Ravenna, which was protected by marshes and still supplied by sea, continued issuing edicts and claiming authority, maintaining the imperial fiction even as the substance dissolved. Britain was abandoned around 410 AD, the legions withdrawn to defend more vital regions, the Romano-British population left to defend themselves against Saxon raiders. The province that had been Romang for over 3 centuries reverted to Celtic kingdoms and incoming Germanic settlers, Roman civilization surviving in fragments, Christian churches, Latin literacy among clergy, legends of Arthur fighting to preserve Romano-British culture against the Saxon tide. North Africa, the empire's breadbasket, fell to the Vandals in the 430s. Under their leader Gaiseric, Vandals crossed from Spain to Africa, conquered Carthage, rebuilt since Rome's destruction of it 6 centuries earlier, and created a kingdom controlling North Africa's coast and dominating the western Mediterranean with a pirate fleet. The grain ships that had fed Rome for centuries now carried tribute to Vandal kings. Italy faced starvation, dependent on Sicily and whatever grain could be sourced from Egypt, which belonged to the Eastern Empire and had its own needs. The Western Empire by 450 AD barely deserved the name. The emperor controlled Italy, parts of Gaul, and little else. His authority was nominal even where theoretically acknowledged. The military, such as it was, consisted largely of barbarian foederati commanded by barbarian generals who made and unmade emperors at will. The general Ricimer, of Gothic and Suevic ancestry, ruled the West in all but name from 457 to 472 AD. Appointing and deposing emperors like puppets, the imperial office reduced to ceremonial irrelevance. Yet one final crisis would inadvertently unite what remained of East and West, Roman and barbarian, in common cause against a threat that transcended their petty divisions. Attila the Hun, ruling a vast steppe empire stretching from the Rhine to the Urals, demanded tribute from both Roman empires, played them against each other, and finally invaded Gaul in 451 AD with an army of Huns and subject peoples, numbering perhaps in the hundreds of thousands. The Battle of the Catalonian Plains in 451 AD pitted Attila's Huns against an unlikely coalition. The Roman general Aetius, commanding an army of foederati, Visigoths, Franks, Alans, and others, along with what remained of Rome's regular forces. The battle was savage, casualty estimates ranging into the tens of thousands. The outcome uncertain until the Visigothic king Theodoric was killed and his son rallied the Visigoths to furious vengeance. Attila withdrew, his aura of invincibility shattered, though whether he was defeated or simply chose to retreat remains debated. Attila invaded Italy the following year, sacking cities, approaching Rome itself. Pope Leo I personally met Attila to negotiate, and for reasons never fully explained, plague in Attila's army, supply problems, fear of Eastern reinforcements, divine intervention as Christian sources claimed, Attila withdrew from Italy. He died in 453 AD on his wedding night, either from excessive drinking or, as one account claims, a nosebleed that drowned him in his sleep. His empire immediately fragmented, his sons fighting for succession, subject peoples rebelling, the Hunnic threat dissolving as rapidly as it had emerged. The Western Empire survived Attila, but barely, and for less than a generation. The years following Attila's death were an epilogue, a slow fade where the imperial office continued but meant increasingly little, where emperors ruled at the pleasure of barbarian generals, where Roman and Germanic identities blurred until the distinction hardly mattered. In the provinces, local strongmen, Roman aristocrats, or barbarian kings. Often the difference was semantic exercised real authority, collecting taxes, administering justice, raising armies, while nominally acknowledging distant emperors who could neither help nor hinder them. The Senate still met in Rome, still debated, still passed resolutions, maintaining constitutional forms with admirable stubbornness even as the world around them transformed beyond recognition. Roman aristocrats still wore togas, studied Cicero and Virgil, wrote poetry in classical meters, and corresponded about philosophy and rhetoric, while Vandals controlled North Africa, Visigoths ruled Spain, Burgundians settled in Gaul, and various Germanic peoples carved out kingdoms in the empire's carcass. Culture preserved what politics could not, maintaining Roman identity through language, literature, law, and Christianity, now thoroughly Roman despite its Eastern origins. In 476 AD, a Germanic general named Odoacer himself, a former Roman soldier, deposed the last Western emperor, a boy ironically named Romulus Augustulus, combining the names of Rome's legendary founder and its first emperor. Odoacer pensioned the boy off to a comfortable retirement and sent the imperial regalia to Constantinople, declaring that one emperor sufficed for the Roman world. It was a bureaucratic formality, the official acknowledgement of what had been functionally true for decades. The Western Roman Empire had ceased to exist. Yet how many noticed? Life continued much as before for most. The taxes one paid went to a Gothic or Frankish king rather than a Roman emperor, but taxes remained. The law applied was increasingly Germanic custom rather than Roman statute, but legal systems still functioned. Churches still held services, bishops still administered dioceses, monasteries still copied manuscripts. The roads, though less maintained, still carried trade. Cities, though smaller, still functioned as commercial and administrative centers. Latin, though evolving into regional variants that would become Romance languages, remained the language of literacy, law, and religion. The year 476 AD is conventionally marked as the Western Empire's fall, but empires do not fall on specific dates. They transform, fragment, continue in altered forms. The Eastern Roman Empire, ruled from Constantinople, survived intact and would continue for another 1,000 years, though historians call it the Byzantine Empire to distinguish it from its classical predecessor. In the West, the Germanic kingdoms that emerged were not anti-Roman but post-Roman, their kings often claiming to rule as Rome's successors, their laws blending Germanic custom with Roman jurisprudence, their churches following Roman orthodoxy, their literate classes writing in Latin. The Ostrogothic kingdom in Italy under Theodoric the Great, ruling from Ravenna in the late 5th and early 6th centuries, was perhaps the most successful synthesis. Theodoric, raised as a hostage in Constantinople, understood Roman culture and governance. He preserved the Senate, maintained Roman administrative structures, patronized learning, and presided over a final flowering of classical culture. The philosopher Boethius, writing The Consolation of Philosophy while imprisoned awaiting execution accused of treason against Theodoric, perhaps justly produced one of late antiquity's masterpieces, a meditation on fortune, virtue, and divine providence that would influence medieval thought profoundly. Yet this synthesis was fragile and temporary. The Eastern Emperor Justinian, ruling 527 to 565 AD and dreaming of restoring imperial unity, launched reconquest of the West. His generals, particularly the brilliant Belisarius, defeated the Vandals in Africa, conquered Ostrogothic Italy in a long destructive war, and reclaimed parts of Spain. But the cost was terrible. Italy, fought over for decades, was devastated, its population decimated, its cities ruined, its infrastructure destroyed. Rome herself, besieged multiple times, her population reduced to perhaps 30,000 from a peak of over 1 million, became a shadow of former glory, her forums fallen to ruin, her aqueducts broken, cattle grazing among marble columns where senators once deliberated. And the reconquest could not hold. The Lombards, another Germanic people, invaded Italy shortly after Justinian's death, occupying most of the peninsula and reducing Byzantine control to scattered coastal territories. Spain would fall to the Visigoths except for a few enclaves. Only Africa remained securely Byzantine until the 7th century brought Arab conquests that would sweep away Byzantine power throughout the southern Mediterranean. The Eastern Empire, Byzantium, survived and at times flourished, preserving Roman law through Justinian's great legal codification, the Corpus Juris Civilis, which would eventually inspire medieval and modern legal systems. Byzantine scholars preserved Greek classics, maintained sophisticated administration, created magnificent art and architecture. The Hagia Sophia, completed under Justinian, remained the world's largest cathedral for nearly 1,000 years. Byzantine armies held Constantinople's walls against Persian sieges, Arab assaults, and eventually Turkish conquests, the city finally falling in 1453 AD to Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II. When Constantinople fell, scholars fled westward carrying manuscripts, knowledge, and cultural memory that would help spark the Italian Renaissance. The last Byzantine emperor, Constantine XI, died fighting on the walls, his body never identified, his death marking the final end of the Roman Empire that Augustus had founded 15 centuries earlier. Yet even in death, Rome's influence persisted. The Ottoman sultans claimed to be Rome's successors. Russian Tsars took their title from Caesar. The Holy Roman Empire claimed Roman legitimacy. And every subsequent empire, from Napoleon's to the British, measured itself against Rome's standard. What killed Rome? Historians have debated for centuries, proposing theories ranging from lead poisoning from water pipes to moral decay from Christianity, from economic exhaustion to demographic decline, from climate change to managerial incompetence. The truth is likely some combination. The empire grew too large to govern effectively with ancient technology and communication, requiring military forces it could not afford. Economic systems dependent on conquest and slavery could not adapt when expansion ceased. Plague and warfare decimated populations never allowed to recover. The gap between rich and poor became unsustainable. Climate cooling reduced agricultural productivity. And perhaps most fundamentally, Romans themselves changed. The civic virtue and shared sacrifice that built the empire eroding into individualism and despair as problems seemed insoluble and the future appeared darker than the past. Yet to frame Rome's end as purely decline and fall misses something important: transformation and continuation. Roman law influenced every Western legal system. Latin evolved into Italian, French, Spanish, Portuguese, Romanian. The Roman Catholic Church, organized along Roman administrative lines, preserved Latin literacy and Roman organizational genius. Roman engineering principles informed medieval and Renaissance architecture. Roman political philosophy influenced democratic revolutions. The very concept of a unified Europe rests partly on memories of Roman unity. The medieval world that emerged from Rome's ruins was poorer, less urbanized, more violent, and less literate than the empire at its height. Yet it was also more Christian, eventually more innovative, and in some ways more dynamic. The Germanic kingdoms evolved into the nations of modern Europe. The blend of Roman, Germanic, and Christian elements created Western civilization as we know it. The Renaissance recovered classical learning. The Enlightenment built on Roman legal and political philosophy. Even modern American government incorporates Roman elements: Senate, Republic, checks and balances, civic virtue. In the centuries after Rome's fall, memory transformed into legend, and legend into longing. Medieval Europeans, living in wooden halls and earthen fortifications, told stories of marble cities with running water, of roads that connected the world, of laws that applied to all, of peace that spanned generations. They repaired Roman bridges and aqueducts without fully understanding how they were built, salvaged Roman stones for new construction, and called any impressive ancient ruin Roman work, whether it actually was or not. Roman coins dug from fields were treated as amulets. Roman books, copied and recopied in monastery scriptoria, were treasured as containing wisdom lost to the present age. The myth of Rome, perhaps more powerful than its reality, had been shaped medieval politics and imagination. Every king wanted to be a new Augustus. Every city wanted to be a new Rome. Every empire claimed Roman succession. Charlemagne, crowned by the Pope in Rome on Christmas Day 800 AD, became Emperor of the Romans, though his Frankish empire bore little resemblance to classical Rome beyond Christian faith and Latin literacy. The Holy Roman Empire, founded in the 10th century and lasting until 1806, was neither holy nor Roman, nor much of an empire, as Voltaire quipped, yet its claim to Roman legitimacy mattered to those who made and believed it. Rome the idea outlived Rome the state. The concept that humanity could be united under common law, that civilization could triumph over barbarism, that peace and prosperity could span continents, these Roman dreams persisted through centuries of fragmentation and warfare, inspiring attempts to rebuild what had been lost. The Renaissance literally meant rebirth of classical learning, classical art, classical values. Scholars hunted for Roman manuscripts in monastery libraries, finding Cicero's letters, Lucretius's philosophy, Tacitus's histories, bringing ancient voices back to life. Artists studied Roman sculpture, learning proportion and anatomy. Architects revived Roman columns, arches, and domes, creating buildings that consciously echoed ancient glory. The Enlightenment philosophe looked to Rome for political models, reading Livy and Plutarch, debating whether Roman virtue could be recovered, whether republics were superior to monarchies, whether citizens could govern themselves. The American founders, designing a new government, borrowed consciously from Rome. A senate, a capital, checks and balances, civic virtue as the foundation of free government, even the symbol of the fasces, the bundled rods carried before Roman magistrates, which appears throughout American iconography. They saw themselves as new Romans, building a republic that would learn from Rome's successes and avoid her failures, though history would judge how well they succeeded. The 19th century's European empires measured themselves against Rome. The British spoke of Pax Britannica, echoing Pax Romana, mapped their global empire as Romans had mapped the Mediterranean, built neoclassical government buildings to proclaim their imperial dignity. The French under Napoleon explicitly invoked Roman imagery, triumphal arches, eagles, laurel crowns, presenting France as Rome's heir. Even the architecture of Washington, D.C., with its white marble, its columns and domes, its monuments to leaders and ideals, consciously evokes Rome, suggesting that American democracy rests on Roman foundations, however imperfectly understood or applied. Yet Rome's legacy is not only political or architectural. Roman engineering, the arch, the dome, concrete, road-building techniques, aqueducts, urban planning influenced all subsequent Western building. Roman law, particularly Justinian's codification, became the foundation of civil law systems across Europe and Latin America. Its concepts of contract, property, and legal procedure still shaping how modern societies handle disputes. Latin remained Europe's international language of scholarship, diplomacy, and religion until the modern era, ensuring that educated people across linguistic boundaries could communicate. The Roman Catholic Church perhaps represents Rome's most enduring institutional legacy. Organized along Roman administrative lines with dioceses and provinces, maintaining Latin as its liturgical language until the 1960s, centered in Rome itself, with the Pope claiming authority that echoed and claimed to succeed imperial authority. The Church preserved Roman organizational genius and applied it to spiritual rather than temporal governance. The great medieval debate between Pope and Emperor over which held supreme authority was essentially a debate about what it meant to be Roman, about whether Rome's legacy was primarily Christian or classical, spiritual or political. Rome also left darker legacies: the model of conquest justified as civilization, of slavery normalized as economic necessity, of entertainment through violence, of democracy corrupted into autocracy, of civic virtue decaying into cynicism. Every empire since Rome has justified its expansion through similar rhetoric, bringing civilization, law, and peace to barbarians, while often delivering exploitation, extraction, and violence. The Roman example showed that republics can become tyrannies, that democratic institutions can be hollowed out while their forms remain, that the price of security can be freedom, lessons that remain disturbingly relevant. For the peoples Rome conquered, the legacy was mixed. Romanization brought infrastructure, urban amenities, legal protection, and access to Mediterranean trade, but also taxation, military conscription, cultural suppression, and exploitation. Gallic, British, and Iberian peoples lost their languages and much of their pre-Roman culture, absorbed into Roman identity so thoroughly that even after Rome's fall, they defined themselves partly by their Roman past. Yet they also gained literacy, Christianity, legal traditions, and agricultural techniques that shaped their development for millennia. In the East, where Greek culture had never been displaced by Roman, Byzantium preserved Greco-Roman civilization for 1,000 years after the West fell, maintaining classical texts, producing sophisticated theology and philosophy, creating art of stunning beauty, the icons, mosaics, and illuminated manuscripts that still inspire wonder. When Byzantium finally fell, refugees carried this heritage to Italy, contributing to the Renaissance, ensuring that the learning of Athens and Rome, preserved by Constantinople, returned to Western Europe to spark cultural rebirth. The slave populations that Rome imported by the millions left less traceable legacies, their contributions often invisible in historical records that focused on emperors and senators. Yet consider the Greek slaves who tutored Roman children, transmitting Hellenic culture. The Germanic, Celtic, and North African peoples enslaved by Rome who, when freed, blended their traditions into Roman culture. The countless unnamed individuals whose forced labor built the roads, aqueducts, buildings, and infrastructure that defined Roman civilization. Their suffering sustained an empire that produced art, literature, and law we still value, an uncomfortable truth about how human achievement and human cruelty intertwine. As the night deepens now and your breathing finds its slowest rhythm, let this final chapter settle softly into memory. Rome did not end in 476 AD or even in 1453 when Constantinople fell. Rome ended and continues, dissolved and persists, died and lives in every language descended from Latin, in every legal system rooted in Roman law, in every government divided into branches with checks and balances, in every aqueduct arch still standing, in every reading of Virgil or Cicero, in every invocation of civic duty and public service, in every dream of universal human community, bound by law rather than tribe. Rome showed that disparate peoples could unite under common identity, that empires could be more than plunder and subjugation, that law could transcend personal power, that art and architecture could express collective aspiration. Rome also showed how republics fall, how virtue can decay into vice, how institutions designed for restraint can be subverted by ambition, how slavery and brutality can coexist with sophistication and beauty. Both lessons remain vital, uncomfortable truths about human capacity for greatness and horror, often inseparably intertwined. The Roman Empire that began on 7 hills beside the Tiber, that grew to encompass the Mediterranean world, that endured for over 1,000 years and influenced every century since, was humanity's longest experiment in multi-ethnic empire, cosmopolitan citizenship, and law-based governance. It succeeded brilliantly and failed catastrophically, built wonders and committed atrocities, spread civilization and imposed tyranny, created community and enabled exploitation. It was, in other words, profoundly human, as capable of extraordinary achievement as of terrible cruelty, as prone to wisdom as to folly, as much a warning as an inspiration. And so, as sleep finally claims you, hold this last image: Rome in twilight, not the Rome of any particular century, but the eternal Rome of memory and dream. Her columns stand silent against fading light. Her roads stretch into gathering darkness. Her legacy ripples forward through time like circles expanding from a stone dropped in still water, reaching outward, never quite fading, connecting past to present, reminding us that we are all, in ways we barely understand, children of Rome, inheritors of her achievements and her sins, shaped by her example whether we acknowledge it or not, walking roads she paved, governed by laws she refined, speaking languages she fathered, forever marked by the empire that rose from 7 hills, conquered the known world, fell into fragments, and yet somehow never quite died, living still in memory, in stone, in words, in dreams of what humanity might accomplish when ambition and vision align, however briefly, before the inevitable fall.